call the question? Yeah, we're voting at this point, so.
So per the parliamentarian, we can't have all these discussions during this vote. We are taking the vote.
Yeah, the question has been called. We are taking the vote to approve, well, this is on the call. On the list, we're on number 6 on the agenda. So we'll take some recognitions at this point. I'd like to recognize all the veterans and elected officials in the room. Please stand. Thank you so much for your service. Without you, we don't have a country. We don't have what we have here today. I'd like to recognize the Republican Party of St. Croix County Executive Board. So everyone please stand. And then we would like to also recognize our committee chairs. So Lynn Betzold, the membership chair, please stand. Matthew Gerlach, head of security. Christy Westland, our communications chair. And Sarah Bockland, Chair of Campaigns and Elections. So we will now approve the agenda. Do I have a,
On that previous motion as far as whether to call question, historically, you're always supposed to have allow a couple of speakers. It's never in order to read and call up the question, you cut off, debate. That's what the Democrats do.
When people are in a meeting, in any meeting, it's best to get the attention of the chair, so the chair grants floor to whoever wants to call the question, and then that question does indeed need a second, and then it does need, because it limits the debate of the whole meeting of everyone here, it does need to be approved by a 2/3 vote, so that would be the best procedure to follow. Thank you.
so we will try to observe that there aren't other people wanting to speak. So do we have a motion to adopt or approve the agenda? Is there a second? Second. We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of approval of the agenda, please stand. All right, all opposed, please stand. One, two, three. We have three against. Motion passes. So the agenda has been approved. So now we'll have the reading and approval of the 2022 minutes. Actually, we won't read them. Everyone has a copy.
No, I won't be reading the minutes from last year's caucus, but we would like to move to approve the minutes from the 2022 county caucus. Is there a motion? Second? That's Jeremy. Okay, any discussion?
By the door when you came in.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's it.
Hearing none, we'll take the vote to approve the 2022 minutes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. To the next section here. So now we'll have the officer reports. Chairman?
All right, so officers' reports here. So we're going to go through just like last year. For those who didn't attend last year and for this year, there is nothing more important to me than people. I hope over the course of 2 years you saw that I've always valued the people, your efforts, everything you do. With that said, I never like to make any of this about myself. I love always honoring the people. So with that said, we're going to go down and hear from the people who have made this party work for us. A lot of times people see me always out there running around the county, doing events and such. I have a whole huge team of people who obviously are working all around the clock to make this party work. If you think you can do this all yourself is a fool's errand. You cannot do a size of this county without a good, solid team and a solid foundation from faith to community to politicians to just the average person who literally is going to work every single day and wants to pitch in wherever they possibly can. So with that said, we're going to start hearing from the people who make this party work, and I'm going to sit down for a little bit and we'll just keep going through them, okay? So the first we're going to start with is Michael Stoddard. And before Michael, come on, Michael. For those who don't know, continuity of government is really important to me. His wife, Charlene Stoddard, had served our party for a big chunk of my term. She literally single-handedly rebuilt the finances of St. Croix County Republican Party. We cleaned up a lot of the old billing. We paid off a lot of the old things. We got rid of things that we don't use anymore because I'm a business guy, so we streamlined. We got rid of a lot of the expenses that you guys were paying that you didn't need. With that said, it was hours cleaning up the database, making sure everything's accurate. And in the last 4 days, Michael, Charlene, and Amy Sheely should get us a shout out for this too. Joe Brazil, Matt Rust have really worked hard to make sure that our database today for voting was up to snuff. I'm talking till 2 o'clock in the morning for these folks. So with that said, Michael Stoddard is a soldier. He brings a soldier mentality to his position here, and the continuity in government, even when Charlene stepped down and he stepped up, didn't stop. And I'm very proud and excited for what Michael's about to do in his career. He just recently got promoted in the military, so let's give him a quick round of applause. And they're moving away. Hopefully they'll come back and visit us, but I really appreciate this man and his wife. I could not have done this without them. Thank you very much, Michael.
Okay, so part of the process to help make finances transparent, we have a rolling 90-day report that I go through every month. So in January, our account balances were at $17,103 for our main account. We established a segregated account for the operations of the headquarters over in Hudson. That account was at $3,069. At the end of February, we were up to $18,000. We dropped a little bit. We paid February and March rent, so we were down to $1891. And then at the end of this month, with all of the influx of memberships and a couple of events, we gained $5,194.97 to bring the general fund up to $23,188. Our segregated fund is at $2,225. We took in $134, and we have spent $1,509 for food. Part of Lincoln Day was in there. What's not in the report, and that I will go through with the new treasurer, will be all the Lincoln Day cash money. So I've got that secure at home, and we'll use that as a learning experience for the person that takes over today. Any questions on the finances? Did we print any? Okay. No, but I can get some. Yes. Oh, all right. So, all right. Talk about Edimate. So, late in 2022, Ed and Amy Sheely of Edimate in Hudson created our new website, our new expense and contributions interface. It manages all of our memberships. What this program allows us to do is, even today, when you guys came and checked in and scanned your cards, it allows us to track who's here. We were able to build in who are voting and non-voting members. And for the executive board, and then congruently the membership, it provides a transparent area where at any time anybody can go in that has access and pull a report of all our income and all of our expenses. That report can then be bounced off of any hard copy receipts that I am required to keep, so that you can see that the money is being managed ethically and accountably.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is basic business that's going on from current caucus stuff, and need to kill a little bit of that echo, but anyway, you were with the More Perfect Union live here at Calvary Assembly of God Church in Wilson, Wisconsin. We're dropping in and listening to Caucus that is being done by the St. Croix County GOP. And there's been some drama that's already taken place earlier on. We're going to see what's going to happen. But anyway, I'm going to let you guys listen to what's going on, and then we'll come back in and we'll do some commentary and talk to people as they're coming through as the event progresses on. So thanks very much. Appreciate you guys being here today.
It's created a wonderful system to all the aggregate data that was out there. It's just a one-stop shop for everything. But the data is only good as the people that input it. So for the next committee, put in good data, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, just briefly on that, what you're going to find. Yeah, 1 second. I know. So just so you guys know, I know most people in the room don't really know all the ins and outs of what we've done, but we've really built the party on a scale of a business. So what we've done is we've taken all parts of the business and Ed and Amy's system. If everybody's used Salesforce in the room, you know what it is. Salesforce is basically a system that gives you a skeleton of an operating system. Then you basically tell Salesforce what you want it to do. A lot of sales businesses run off of Salesforce today. And so we were trying to have something like that in the party so that when one part of your government goes from here and goes to here, you have a smooth transfer of all the party's assets and businesses, and nobody has to guess where it was. Additionally, to Michael's point, you can go on and see the orders in live time. It's really transparent for the entire community. So we're very proud of Ed and Amy Shealy. If you could please stand on this. They invested so much time and effort and money out of their own pocket. And here's what they said: Matt, we know, we've been around, we've seen it. We're with you till the end, and trust me, till the end is today. And I fulfilled my promise of 2 years. It was literally to, just like Trump said, promises made, promises kept. I have promised you that I would reset the party on a footing that you all can take from here till kingdom come. It will not die with me, it will not stop with me. It will continue with the party. So thank you, Ed and Amy, and their son, Jake, for all their efforts. Thank you very much. I don't think there's any introduction to make for this person, Sarah Bockland. I think everybody knows Sarah Bockland right here. That's our election. Oh, Chris Gruber, yes, thank you for the commentary. Sarah Bockland's been working the elections. There's no surprise. Everybody's seen voter guides coming out. They've seen the emails. They've seen her 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock things. They've seen all the events with all the literature out. Most people in this room, she's helped at some point. She's selfless. She never makes it about herself. She always puts candidates first. She puts the party first. She's had opportunities before to work for our elected officials. She's turned them down. I know, personally. She said to one of the elected officials who wanted her to work on the campaign, I promised St. Croix County that I would be their election chair, and I will not leave them now. And that is huge, and that is selflessness and her actions. And everybody in this room, I hope will give a round of applause for Sarah Bockland because she's worked extremely well. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I tend to be more humble than that. And I jumped the gun on jumping up here, so sorry about that. I didn't mean to step on your toes there, Matt. So I'm Sarah Bockland. I was elected to the executive committee of the party in 2020, and I was voted in by a near unanimous vote to be the chair of elections, to my surprise. I didn't know that was going to be what I was going to be doing on the executive committee. I do have some slides that are going to come up here. So I probably will have to. I'm going to try to actually go through this as fast as I can. So okay, so the overall goal of our party is to further conservatism in the county as chair of elections and campaigns. My job is to help get conservatives elected to office nationally, statewide, and locally here in St. Croix County in school boards, city and town, village boards, in coordination with other groups and organizations as we seek election integrity as well constantly. I just want to touch a little bit on how my committee sought to accomplish this goal. On a local level, we have candidate recruitment, training, guidance, which includes helping the candidates figure out their campaign talking points, meet with them one-on-one, talk with them on the phone. Messaging guide, we guide and design their literature and their yard signs. This is some of the work that I have done with literature that we have made, yard signs here. There's also wrong way. This one. That's a voter guide, or a local candidate guide that we put together, 74-page, to help the candidates through their campaigns. Let's see. Their design of their literature, we fundraise, host, and seek people to host meet and greets for candidates. We seek and connect with volunteers for door knocking, literature drops, phone calling, yard sign placement, as well as coming up with the content for the get out the vote texts that go out. Let's see. I wanted to acknowledge Joel Brazil, who is on our team. He works with the data. He processes and creates contact lists for the candidates to use for door knocking, who we send mailers to, and who we send text to. The people we target depends on the race, demographic of the area, and how contested the seat is. And the two biggest things that have come into play is what data we use. I wanted to highlight two things that the elections team has done. The voter guide is here somewhere, that we put out and send to members as well as supporters. That has had good feedback in the county. And then again, I mentioned the 74-page local candidate guide that we put together and give to candidates to help their race. Finding candidates, we coordinate with local parties and committee precinct people in the area to help find, locate, and recruit candidates. I'm going to skip much of my wording here. For this last primary election, we supported and advocated and marketed 8 local candidates, 7 of which have made it through to the upcoming general election. We're hoping to find excellent results for the general elections with the 33 candidates that are on this voter guide. State and national level as well, get out the vote efforts, door knocking, phone calls, literature drops, same as locals. So I wanted to also acknowledge the efforts in bringing candidates to our county for you guys to meet. Over the last 2 years, we have brought in Tim Michaels, Lieutenant Governor candidates Roger Roth, Patrick Teston, Cindy Werner, Jonathan Wickman, Kyle Udas, Will Martin, David Varnum, and the Supreme Court candidates Jennifer Doro and Dan Kelly. I think the highlight might have been bringing Senator Ron Johnson to our headquarters, as well as the county fair in 2020. He was the first U.S. senator to visit the St. Croix County Fair, which was not a small feat. All of these things help further conservatism in St. Croix County, and this happens with you guys in your support in your work. Poll work update, I was just going to acknowledge that our new list will be due in November, so please see Christy Farnham if you want to be nominated to be a poll worker again. I know Tom Tiffany mentioned that his campaign, Landis, his director, had asked me also to read a few things in an email that he had sent out. Tom's campaign had netted a 1.2 gain from the 2020 cycle, which amounted to a 62% of the total votes in the past year's election. He says we do not have to abandon our conservative values and messaging in order to reach these people. We just need to be effective campaigners and use our limited resources efficiently. We need to stop fighting amongst ourselves and take our conservative messages to the voters. And if we do that, then effectively, we will finally see Wisconsin become a red state. He also continued in saying, Tom did better in every county in 2022. We saw a pretty consistent decrease in our margins in the cities across the district, but it was offset by bigger gains in rural areas. Now, as far as the Dan Kelly Supreme Court race, again, Tom Tiffany spoke on it, very important race. You can see St. Clair County here. The blue is where Janet Prozadowicz led, and where Dan Kelly led is in the red. The squiggly line is the Minnesota border, and the blue edge, the combination of the blue and red is the River Falls area, so you can kind of see the areas where we need to work. So we're targeting those areas with texting and heavier door knocking and lid drops. We have to win this county back, and especially the cities where we are usually in the blue. That is about it for my, I was gonna say as well, this is the St. Croix County results. I think this one is. This is a statewide. This is a St. Croix County. And you can see, overall, the St. Croix County had better results in conservative turnout compared to statewide. But we do have some work to make up because, like Tom Tiffany said, if we combine the blue votes with the red votes, we are still behind, so we have some work to do in St. Clair County. But that's all I have for you today, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And thank you for helping with the slides. So that said, next one's the events. I think today is probably a pretty good example of what the last 2 years have been like for events in St. Croix County. I think overall I could go event by event by event, and it really is going to waste time. I'll tell you this, what we see in this room today, we're alive. We're alive because we gather in community, because we chose to take our party around all of St. Croix County and be one St. Croix County, making sure that we can meet people where they're at versus where we want them to be. We all want people to be on our side of the aisle or the way we think. It makes us all feel so good. However, we also understand that we need to give people time to digest us. Not everybody's going to come to you all at once. But over time, going in, sitting in farm fields with people, sitting at their kitchen tables, Laura Moats over in Glenwood City, Kyle Wheeler at his kitchen table, and learning about people. Our community at the Republican Party will grow because we show we care. And it's not for money, not for fame, not for influence. But we gather because we want to continue this conservative journey, the family, making sure people from the right side of the aisle feel welcome when they come in. I had a lady one time actually tell me at Patty Ryan's, she said the number one reason why she's frustrated by the Republican Party is because when she goes to the county board of supervisors, the Republican Party doesn't stand up and welcome her when she walks in the door. I said, well, that's not my event. That's the county board. I don't know. However, what that tells me is everywhere we go, we are Republican. Everywhere we go, we're a neighbor. So I just ask you, whichever event you go to, a county board meeting, a caucus, always understand that's your neighbor and they're looking at you, as that. So just take a second, shake a hand, say hi, and ask how their day is going. Just give a little bit of encouragement. That's all they're looking for. Hope you'll continue to come to events. I was told, I think yesterday, I hope you actually continue doing events. I said, I don't know, it's a lot of work. However, I will still be involved. I'll help out. But again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I look around this room and I've seen a lot of your faces over 2 years at a lot of events. And from the bottom of my heart, I hope on behalf of the exec committee, we all say thank you for that. Okay? Thank you. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Okay, we're going to move over to the executive summary. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Executive summary of the Constitution Committee, TJ Faldy. Oh, there's TJ. Just make sure I'm on page 4 here. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, I'm TJ Faldy, and I'm a member of the Constitution Committee for the Republican Party of St. Croix County. I am going to read our report. We made this report on January 26, 2023. The Executive Committee and membership of the Republican Party of St. Croix County. The Constitution Committee has completed its work and submitted a revised revision of the Constitution of the Republican Party of St. Croix County to the Executive Committee for approval and recommendation to the membership. The purpose of this committee was to recommend updates and revisions to the RPSC Constitution and bylaws. In its effort to assure integrity, accountability, and transparency to better serve and benefit the citizen members of the Republican Party of St. Croix County. Meeting weekly for the past 6 months, the Constitution Committee, appointed by the Executive Committee, researched and reviewed several county Republican Party constitutions and considered recommendations from the Executive Committee and the membership. After incorporating many of these recommendations and beneficial elements from their constitutions, the revised RPSCC Constitution was submitted to a special review committee for further deliberation. Some of the highlighted additions include a preamble, bylaws, defined standing committees, a code of conduct, and an order of business for meetings. Much consideration was given to increasing guidance around the roles and responsibilities of leadership and committees for better efficiency and effectiveness. As written, we believe this Constitution is an important step to better serve and benefit the citizen members of the Republican Party of St. Croix County. We thank you for your trust and the opportunity to serve the membership in this capacity. Respectfully submitted, the RPSCC Constitution Committee, myself, Teresa Faldy, Christy Farnham, Diane Yoakum, Matthew Rust, and Michael Stoddard. And I'll hand it back over to your chairman, Matthew Bockland.
Okay. All right. So I think I already kind of hit on this. However, this is a report of the accomplishments. One thing I do want to point out about accomplishments is a little over a year ago, but we adopted it, and I think we started doing it in about 2022. I think the one cool thing about my job, above anything else, is, again, like I said, being able to go out and meet people. But how cool is it to be able to actually give people awards for what they do in the county? Like, how novel is that we say thank you with a letter or with some kind of a hardware that they take away? And I think I got an example here. I do. You may have been seeing these called the Chairman's Coin. This actually was something that came from Duke Lang and Michael Stoddard. Both are actually soldiers, and they came up with the deal, the Challenge Coin. And I love this idea. And Michael, I would like to have you explain a little bit about what that process looked like, because I think this was a game changer within our county, and a lot of people actually enjoyed them. Michael?
Are you talking the process behind presenting, or the
No,
design?
why you guys thought these would be good to use, how the military uses them.
So in the service, we have challenge coins. And Duke, I'm sure you have yours too in your pocket. Jeez Louise. So we get these little coins. And on these coins, there are ranks. I happen to have 1 star on mine. It's used as a recognition for an immediate thing. You help somebody out. I've seen them presented for people stopping on the side of the road at car accidents, or I think I was recently put in for one for driving a car down so a soldier's family could get it when he was hospitalized. It's just a recognition of a very good act, something that's not necessarily a big award worthy, but you should be praised for doing something decent. So as part of that recognition process, Duke and I decided that that'd be a really good idea and something to carry on. You see politicians have them in their office all the time. Any service member that you see probably has a little Ziploc bag full of them, or they're on display somewhere. So we decided that the state of Wisconsin, as we are part of that county, we would take the form of the state of Wisconsin in the coin, and we would highlight our county in an offsetting color. So when you look at it on each side, our county is highlighted, I think we use yellow, to make it stand out quite a bit. To further emphasize your accomplishment, we also have the coins numbered, and that allows us to track who has that in case somebody decides that they want to get a hold of the coin company and make some copies or whatever. We have a running list of who's been presented which coin. In this instance, it's a nice token for service members. When we go out to any sort of social event, the coins come out, and if you can't beat anybody or don't have one, you're buying a round of drinks. And if you're not of age, well, you're buying everybody a soda. So it's just a fun way to recognize you for an accomplishment and something decent you did, either for another person or for the party or the county or the state as a whole. And that was our goal, just something tangible for you to take and put in your pocket and go, I did something cool, and you have that memory.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, so they've been fantastic. Let's just give a round of applause for all the hard work it took to create those things. Okay, and a couple other things in the accomplishment piece. We talked about Edimate. Edimate's in place. It's going to be able to grow. It's going to allow us to track our money, and will also continue us to roll into campaign finance. The key to the party is this. It's hard to find volunteers. I don't know if you guys know that. Finding volunteers is hard. So when you have a hard time finding volunteers, as any organization, when you scale a business, I've scaled businesses my whole life, even employees don't want. You paid employee, they don't want to do certain things, right? So you always have to put things in place to help the organization multiply itself when you have less people. So Edimate was the first introduction of that. Everything that we do in terms of events, communication, campaign finance, any money tracking, any eventual texting, any kind of inventory through the headquarters, we are going to be able to inventory and run everything through Edimate. It's a game changer because it's going to allow all the people in the exec committee what you call open source. What that means is all the exec committee members are going to have access to it. Before, the chairman had only access to things. The whole committee has access to things. And I think that's the biggest game changer that we have. We have wanted to make the party transparent to you, so you could call Michael up and say, hey, what do we have this month for expenses? He can answer that question. Hey, Sarah, what's going on for events? Hey, go on our website. And the cool thing is, and Amy can contest this, we tried to make the system very secure to the point where we didn't have your data sitting on one server, separated, almost a Mendoza line is what I kind of think of it as. And that is primarily one of the biggest things that Ed and Amy had stressed is let's try to make sure that we can protect people's data and make sure that if something were to happen, that we were doing everything in our power to do that. And I really thank them for all of their wisdom and expertise on that. So I will tell you this, the party is strong. I believe the people are strong. I believe long past me, this thing has continued to grow, and it's just going to get better and better and better. And I'm very, very excited to see where you're going to take this party. I say you, because you will drive the party. We're the stewards of the party, but we restored the power back to you, the people. We listened to you, the people. And as chairman, I restored the power back to the executive committee. I appointed the executive committee to all these different chair spots because the biggest threat to a community is when all the power is positioned in one person. Power will corrupt. It's just a matter of time. So if you're a servant leader of God and other people, you have to always make sure that you're willing to give a power and authority to the people first, because that's the only way checks and balances in this country has allowed us to continue. When the people go so far, when the country goes so far, the people are the great divide. They will stop it, and they will correct. And when that correction happens, the unleashing of the American spirit will soar in this country, and it starts right here in this county and the counties of our neighbors. That's like so on that point, I'll end with that one. But you're the power. You have the power. You have the authority. We're servants and stewards to it. Okay. Enough on that one. All right. That said, we are going to go ahead and move over to the updates and visions 2023. Obviously, he's outgoing chairman. Obviously, I'm not going to set the agenda. It's not my place to do that. I know a lot of people want to put things in place. I didn't. I'll tell you one of my high watermarks that I would love to do. On all my travels around, I get to go to all corners of our county, and you get to see the small towns, the big towns, and everything in between. There's a ball field that I drove by. I drove on and put a lot of signs out in 2022. Some people, I don't know if Frank is here, but they caught me in a field at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and all the neighbors came over and they're like, oh, it's just Matt. And they're, oh yeah, Frank, thank you, yes, Frank. And they're like, it's just Matt. And Frank, it was his property over there. And they go, oh, we saw this car, and these are farmers who watch their neighbor's place. So do not go mess with the farmers. They got eyes and ears, and it's the other neighbors. Don't mess people out here. Anyway, with that said, I was driving through New Richmond one time, and the area's got this big farm, and it's got this big star on top. I don't know if you've ever been past that farm, but shortly past it, there's this baseball field in the middle of nowhere. It used to be like an Irish place. Now it's been sold, and it's got this cool baseball field. And I always thought, every time I drove past, how cool would it be to have a Democrat versus Republican softball game? That'd be so cool to have a Democrat softball game. And I think the reason being is that in this country, we get so bent out of shape on all the social issues. What a great way, just for at least 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, hit the ball around, hopefully nobody breaks anything, but just to share in community and maybe start healing those wounds that are happening from both sides. Because I think once people meet us and talk to us, I think they kind of go, not such a bad guy, not such a bad gal, you know? But it's being able to offer those things to a community to bring it together. So that's one of the visions I would like to see. I don't know if that'll ever get done, but it'd be really cool to see. And that baseball field in the middle of nowhere, it just, I don't know. I saw it, and that rings America to me. So that's one of the things I'd love to see as we grow in the county, if that's all possible, who's ever in charge at that time. So, but in terms of the rest of the vision, that'll be up to the new executive body and people to decide where we go. I've taken us this far. Now it's time for you to drive the bus. So that said, I'm going to move into special acknowledgments. Now, I did say this is my favorite part of being a chairman. I love above anything else, finding people's voices. So many times people don't feel like they have a voice in the community. They might not look, they might not be the richest, they might not be politically connected. However, it's the opportunity to say to that person, thank you, just like Michael said and explained extremely well. So we've been doing that around, and it's no different today. I have a few acknowledgments I would like to make. And I did ask them to prepare a little something so that you get to know them a bit more. But Frank, I can never say your last name, but Roshanat, right? Come on up here, Frank. Take a seat when you come up. One of those is reserved for you today. Vern Larson, our staff photographer, please come out. Tim Ramthen, come on up. Have a seat. And is Karen Mueller here? Is Karen here still? Karen left? Okay. I bring these three up for different reasons. Oh, Karen Mueller, come on up. We reserve a chair just for you, Karen. I believe that these people who are in front of you are people of courage. They're people of integrity. They've walked and experienced their own struggles through whatever God rose them to do in the time they did. Tim Rantham to my left, on the end, he was resolute to run for office, giving up his seat that he knew was comfortable and he could sit there forever and they'd continue to be reelected. Not a problem. But he said, I'm going to take my message across the state. He flew, Tom back there, Irwin, flew these two around different states, or different counties, different municipalities, visiting with them. And here's the deal. He was running for office, just like Karen Mueller. They thought they were running for the elected spot, but what they were doing was they were running to again restore hope, confidence, and trust in the American people who feel left behind, feel left out, feel unheard, feel made fun of. And guess what? He was able to take all those bullets, just like Karen, we'll get to her in a second, but he took all the bullets for people. And I don't know, at the end of your life, when you do pass on, I don't think anybody's going to remember how much money Tim had, all the accomplishments Tim's had in his life, or positions he had. Heck, I don't even know all the positions he had. But what I can tell you is he's placed something in my heart. And I bet he's placed a lot in your hearts. So I hope you take the opportunity, before you leave today, to just say thank you, shake his hand. Hopefully he has the opportunity to shake your hand. And at the end of the day, hopefully Tim will continue on his journey, whatever God's got him doing. But he drove 4.5 hours, 5 hours. And 4 months ago when I reached out and I told him what I was going to do, he said, I will be there, Matt. And I said, thank you. He's not running for anything. He's not getting paid for anything. He just wants to come run a good, solid meeting for you guys. Make sure it's transparent and you're happy. So with that said, I just want to give him a huge round of applause for all the things he's done for you guys and the impact he's made in my heart. Thank you, Tim.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. I'm having another Moses moment here. You know, when Moses went to the mount, he said, who am I, Lord? Thank you, Chairman Bockland. Thank you, Vice Chair Rust, for the invitation to be here today. It's an honor.
And just for a
Croix
quick
County
reference,
is salt of the earth.
Representative for Amplin.
Yeah, it's 5 hours,
Office
but it's
last
a good
cycle.
5 hours. When I get to hang with my lovely wife, Caroline, it goes fast. Couple of comments I would like to make. Yes, I am kind of running for something,
regularity.
not relative to this group of people.
Pretty
but
critical of the
let me
Wisconsin
touch
Election
on what
Commission.
Congressman Tiffany hit on. He talked about the blue, the massive blue in our state, and how it might affect the Supreme Court race. I'm told that if anybody who voted for Ron Johnson last November were to vote for Dan Kelly, he will win in a landslide. So numbers aside, So blues and reds and numbers and pontification from people who like to pontificate at this time of a race, do your civic duty, support Dan Kelly, save our state, and uphold our majority in the Supreme Court. I ask that all of you to do that on the 4th or before. The other thing I will mention is, yes, I am on the hook for something. It is the chairman for the 6th district of our state, which does not include this group of fine people. But I was approached, there's 11 counties that make up the 6th district here in the state. Multiple counties, multiple people within those counties reached out to me and said, Tim, we have an opening. Our meeting is a week from today, the 18th of March, and we'd love for you to run. I serve at the pleasure of the people, regardless of my role. School board member in my 10th year now, my 4th term. State legislature, statewide office. Last year I gave it a shot. Might not be done with that, by the way. Stay tuned, preview coming attractions, maybe, Lord willing, Lord willing. But I serve at the pleasure of the people. It's a dutiful obligation of me to give back tenfold to what I can do to help the people. So I offered myself to be a candidate for that, and I hope for a good outcome next Saturday, Lord willing. So may Christ be praised. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm going to save this guy till the end. I don't know if I can talk about him. I can't talk about him right now. Karen Mueller on my right, on the end. I tell you what, the Gall family, you saw the stories. I sent it out. His name was Uncle John. Uncle John is a gentleman who God, I believe, used to open the gates for what Karen Mueller and her organization, Amos Foundation, are doing today. Uncle John was put in the hospital. Many different protocols happened. They wouldn't listen to Alan Gall and his wife in terms of what their things were. They basically fought and fought and fought, and Uncle John almost died on multiple occasions. His peers, people like him, who were in the same condition as him, weren't so lucky. Their families weren't so lucky. And as Joe Biden always says, there's somebody missing at the kitchen table, right? Same analogy that Karen hears a lot. I got to go to a thing called the Every Life Matters event over there in, I think it was Chippewa area, a few months back, I believe. A few weeks back, yeah. And it was impressive. Like, I know Karen. She's been around a lot. I saw her during the campaign cycle. But the letters she's received from people all over our country, it really hits home. And I can't imagine what that does to your heart. And I can't believe what it does to your mind. I think back of people who I've lost in my life, I've seen in the final days, the final hours, the final minutes. A lot of times those keep playing back in your mind over and over and over. I think we all might have a story like that or an image in our head at some point. I can't imagine what Karen must do every single night when she goes to bed and thinks about all these stories and all the people she's fighting for. With that said, that's why I thought it was very fitting that we invite Karen Mueller here a few months ago, and for the opportunity to just thank her. I know many people wanted to vote for her when she ran for office. But again, just like Tim, I wanted the people to be able to say hi, thanks, see what she's up to today. But with that said, I don't know, you should be like on a beach somewhere, retiring, having fun. But yet she's sitting there and she's fighting for each and every one of us in this room. She got to go to the Wisconsin Supreme Court and she got to fight her case there. And again, I say all praises to God on this because he fortified her heart. She did all for free in a nonprofit, and Alan Gall and his wife ended up paying for the bills to get this far. But the impact of the work they're doing is still on the table. We're waiting for that decision to come down. So hopefully you guys, after I'm gone here, when I'm not emailing anymore, 10, 15 emails a day, you'll be able to follow up and see what's going on with Uncle John, Karen Mueller, the Amos Foundation, the Gall family. But Karen Mueller, do you want to say something? It's up to you. Come on up. Well, okay, 2 minutes or less.
Thank you for allowing me to say something. I want to thank you. A year ago is about when I announced that I was running for Attorney General. I didn't run for Attorney General because I needed a job. I ran because I knew that that would be a platform to spread the word, and the word wasn't good. The word was that our federal government is implicated in killing people. This is not a happy message. Sadly, the message hasn't changed. It has become more and more alarming the more calls I have received over the past year. If anybody here has received the vaccine, I want you to know that you did not give informed consent. You did not give informed consent because your government lied to you. And this is a call to action for every one of you in this room. At the state level, it is critical that you vote for Dan Kelly. We did go up to the Supreme Court. We are waiting for that decision. The case has everything to do with your rights, because our state legislature a number of years ago said in our power of attorney for health care that you have the right to refuse any care you do not want. You also have the right to receive any treatment that is being withheld from you if you object. The appellate court in the 2nd District, in my opinion, shredded that statute and the statutory form that it created. And that is what I argued to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin. It is critical that you pray. And we need this decision to be the right one. If it is the wrong one, then anything our legislators write can be changed by an activist court. Everybody needs to play a role here in getting Dan Kelly elected. And I think I'll leave it at that, because that is the cause of the day. We have to save this Supreme Court, or it's all over. Every life matters. The only other thing I would say is that we have
Whether or not there should be immunity.
people that want to
If
repeal the 173-year-old statute that is now protecting the unborn.
Misrepresented.
That statute gives the unborn constitutional and civil rights. Do not let them repeal it. It is no coincidence that after almost 50 years of killing the unborn, that we are now seeing people killed in the hospital because of outrageous COVID policies, COVID protocols that are coming out of Medicare, Medicaid, and that they are using a vaccine that is a bioweapon. If anybody wants to ask me any more about it, I'd be happy to talk. I won't go on here, but thank you so much. God bless.
All right. Well, Frank Rochnot, right? Rochnot. Yep. Frank Rochnot. Love that last name. I wish I could say it. That said, last year at Caucus, in our break, he comes running up to me in the front, and he's like, I got this. Okay, Frank. So I'm talking to him. We talked offline, and we started a dialogue. It was really fun with Frank. If you ever go to his place, Frank back there, Frank, he's an amazing man. When you start to learn about people, you start peeling the onion back, you get to learn about their stories. And this guy's been actually at it since Minnesota. His award is down here. You can certainly walk up later and read what I wrote about him, if you'd like. But he's going to be able to hang that on his wall. And hopefully, Frank, it'll be a reminder that we listened to you, that you heard, and you. That's right. Well, you can say your stuff is saying, but hopefully, when you look at that award, wherever it's sitting on your wall or your desk, you can walk back by and you can say, you know what? Somebody listened to my story. They heard me, and they appreciated what I've done. Because you don't know this, but a lot of stuff you tell me about and talk about, I work into the party. And that's really key about a successful party, is when you listen to people and you work those things in over time. And Frank has been instrumental in that. And honestly, I think it's your time to say a few words. Would you like to say a few words? Okay, come on up. Thank you.
I got to read what I write because I got CRC, can't remember crap. Welcome, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Rushnot Jr. With my continuing education from the barnyard, I seem to only find two genders. It appears to be male and female. We are here today to vote people into positions. We need to put people in that are not whiners or crybabies and don't need babysitting. Not woke, but wide awake. Don't need to have special titles. Works with full openness. Works with others. Works without backroom backstabbing deals. Not self-serving for them, their business, family, and friends. People that say what they are going to do and do it now, and not years from now, if ever. People that have heard of or read that America has a Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. It would be a bonus if they know what they say and mean. Someone that is bold enough to stand up and stand out for right and wrong, like transgender boys in girls' sports. Very wrong. Some common sense, America first and smaller government agenda with no waiver. We can't continue to have people that think there is going to be blockbuster revelations doing the same stupid stuff over and over with the same people. Excuse me if I missed all the revelations. We, the people in America, are up against evil and sinister misfit elites and the loons and goons they created in our education system. Our government has been turned into an overflowing cesspool. I call it gangster government. As a taxpayer, what does gangster government do for you? You, the ones holding the bag, being extorted out of your hard-earned wages, while at the same time being forced into a recession by stupid. While at the same time, government employees, politicians, and the welfare line are recession-proof and growing. Unfortunately, what I learned is you, the taxpayer, have allowed the cesspool to overflow. There was no checking on it or maintenance. Kind of like all our roads and infrastructure, little to no maintenance. The fraud, waste, abuse, stupidity, incompetence, corruption, total dishonesty is massive at every level, every entity, including the failed education system. I got an up-close and personal lesson with a very enlightening and scary education from the city of Inver Grove Heights, School District 199, Dakota County, and the state of Minnesota. When they want your rights and property, they stop at nothing, and they are ruthless. I don't want to sound like a nut job, but I also don't care if you think I am one. I don't want to live under China and the crap we have to buy. Communism, fascism, Marxism, socialism, one world order, the new Green Deal fraud, the Great Reset fraud, censorship, ESG scores, AI, artificial intelligence, electric rationing, gas rationing. I love my big gas-guzzling SUVs. Digital currency. Digital currency will allow gangster government to control what you can do and buy. Think of Canada with that evil loon Trudeau and how he shut off the truckers' fuel cards. With the computers in your new cars, they will also be able to shut your car off if they want to. The gangster government can do that if they think you may drive too many miles, went too many places, etc. Also think of this. Your car maker could even make problems for your car with the computer, which would be a cost to you, the owner. You're a fool if you think they would never do that. The massive regulations are killing our businesses and jobs. No jobs makes more crime. I can't stress it enough that you, all the taxpayers, have to step up and start an aggressive babysitting regimen at your local schools, libraries, cities, counties, state, politician, courts, everywhere, asking lots of questions, requesting and looking at all documents, books, and a big one is follow the budgets and the money. They will make everything complicated and run you in circles. I guarantee you will get a very enlightening education of how bad things are and run. Kristi Noem and Glenn Beck had two things just in the last couple days, so I couldn't put them in here. Digital currency and energy. We can touch on that later if somebody wants to talk about it. We all need to step up with courage and determination to save America from further destruction by the evil and sinister elites and the loons and goons they created. God gave we the people our rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Okay, the last guy, and he's gonna be shy, so please encourage him to get up here. Now that we got speeches. I think there's a reason why some people stand behind the camera versus in front of the camera. But you know what? Some of the greatest minds and words come from people behind the camera. You know why? Because Vern Larson has been our staff photographer. He's traveled the county with me, essentially, shown up at every event. Hey, no lie. Right. And, yeah. He's got the pictures to show it. When people said that X, Y, and Z happened at an event, guess what? I could tell them to go to Facebook. I could tell them to go to our party website, and there Vern's pictures were to correct the truth. Vern is a saint. Vern is a very strong and dedicated family man to his wife, Sarah. They're inseparable. He just actually got a new vehicle yesterday, by the way, FYI, so ask him about that. He's really proud of it. That said, just so you know, long past me, long past you, these pictures, just like your family pictures, are capturing moments in time. And it's capturing those fun moments, the sad moments, the accomplishments, the church sermons, the school events you go to, picnics. But you're doing a lot bigger job than some other people, because you truly are being a humble servant to the people, and you're allowing us to see the expressions from Americans. And I don't know if there's any better job than that, Vern, in this party. People love your pictures. So why don't you come up here, say a few words? Yeah.
I don't think I can compete with Frank on the speech here. I didn't find out about this until about 6 o'clock last night. So there was little to no time to prepare anything. But you talk about photographing events and stuff. My wife and I used to do wedding photography as a side business. And there was a lady that I worked with, and she asked me to do her wedding, and I did. The following weekend, I was going to her and her husband's funeral. And so that was a very difficult time for us. Last summer, I love air shows, so I went to Eau Claire as my hometown, and don't believe my wife went with me, but I went to the Blue Angels air show in Eau Claire. And there is a gentleman that drives this big truck, and he takes it down the runway, it's like 350, 400 miles an hour. So I got some shots of him. He had just turned 40 years old, and at another air show a few weeks later, he was killed and his vehicle crashed. So it's like the disadvantage to doing, you know, a lot of photography is, especially with my own personal family, I'm not in any pictures. Unless my wife uses her cell phone or my daughter takes some of us, because I've had other people complain, well, Vern, where are you in the pictures? But when Matt asked me to do this, I said, sure, because back in 2020, things were starting to go, maybe it was long before that, but things were going downhill in this country. And there's only, I can think of one other individual that would just complete my photography career. Now, maybe not all of you like the way he talks sometimes, but the man got things done for this country, and that's President Donald J. Trump. And we almost had him over here at Total Excavating, but I had talked to Tony Nasvlik just recently, and he said that Donald had come down with COVID, so he wouldn't be able to make the trip. But that would have been the greatest for me, to get a picture of him and have a picture taken with him. But it has been, I've been busy the last couple of years. Matt has kept me hopping.
It's almost over, Bernie.
But I want to especially thank Matt for all of the hard work that he has done for St. Croix County, the state of Wisconsin, and for the United States of America. He totally gives of himself, and so does his wife, Sarah. And I so appreciate them very much. Before I leave, I'd like to ask Frank one question.
Okay.
What office are you running for?
Appreciate it. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, Frank. Okay, move on to Matt Rust here and TJ Faldy for our next section. Tim.
So we will now go to letter G, adoption of the revised constitution for the Republican Party of St. Croix County. So TJ gave a lovely report on that. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to see it, look at it. It's been online for a while. You all got a copy. So we have a motion to adopt the Constitution as presented. We have a second. The first and a second. Is there any discussion? Yes, I believe we have 15 minutes for discussion, according to the rules. Yep. You have a microphone for her? Yep. State your name. Yep.
Explanation on Article 3, Section 1, Sub 6, regarding executive board shall determine categories of membership in coordination with the membership committee. I'd just like some explanation of what that's about. What kind of categories are you thinking of? I just don't know what that means. And so if you could provide some clarification on that. It's on page 5.
Yep. Sure, Michael, if you want to speak to that.
Yes, so the categories of membership are like a single member, if you're a single individual, you have your couple membership, your premier, and your lifetime. So it's just setting those categories and the prices that correlate with it. So if you go online right now, you can purchase a single membership for $40 or a couple for $60. That's what that's clarifying.
Okay, so it doesn't change any of the rights or responsibilities of members then?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have another question. Can I just ask it? I'm looking at page 7, section 5, sub 6, regarding formulating policies governing its actions in matters not provided for in this Constitution or bylaws. That's a duty of the executive board. Again, question is, what kind of policies might that be, and would they be put to the membership? It seems like quite a broad delegation of authority, if that's what you're thinking of, and that concerns me.
Could you restate what number you were looking at?
Sure, I'm on page 7.
Yep.
Section 5, duties of the executive board, sub 6.
Formulate policies governing its actions and matters not provided for this in the Constitution or bylaws. So that would be like a standard operating procedure. So if it's not already covered what you can and can't do in here, they would be able to amend any of the current standing policies and modify the way things are done. Sort of like we adopted the rules today. That would fall under that subsection.
But this is given just to the executive board, and those policy amendments wouldn't go to the membership? That's my concern.
So when it comes to things like meetings and our general monthly meetings, if there's a way they want to change how they progress through that flow of the meeting, they would be able to do that. When you're talking adopting rules for a caucus, that would have to go before the board because that's already outlined elsewhere, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Is this just governing procedures of the executive committee or areas in which it can have additional responsibilities?
They would not be able to give themselves additional
authority
without modifying the Constitution and the bylaws and bringing that before the membership. But when it comes to meeting operations and how they conduct themselves in those meetings, they have some flexibility in that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so number 1 in that list, the executive board shall have authority to transact business between caucuses and meetings. That's always been part of it, and that's just a little bit more explanation on kind of running the party. Right.
So when we speak about running the party in between meetings, we're talking expenditures to purchase and print flyers or reserve a room at Ready Randy's for Lincoln Day or things like that. When you're talking about changing what's outlined inside the Constitution, they're not able to do that without bringing it before the membership. Conducting day-to-day business, disbursements, how you're taking in donations and how that's recorded, those would be the policies that they would be able to change internally. But, yes. And changing the Constitution does have to go before RPW, all that fun stuff, follow those procedures. We're just talking day-to-day business. Can we pay Minuteman Press to print flyers and mail them out for us? Can we pay for food at Caucus and stuff like that? Those are the things that they can change. The rest of it, what they can and cannot do was we tried to, as clearly as possible, but still give some flexibility, outline the do's and don'ts within this proposed Constitution and its bylaws. And if there's any question on what they can and can't do, we would defer back to RPW Constitution and Robert's Rules of Order. Those have to be followed to make any sort of changes. And if it's defined in Robert's Rules that says you have to go before your membership to pass this, they have to go before the membership, or a question can be called on their conduct, and by 2 written requests, a vote can be had to remove that individual that is going outside of those rules and what is outlined in the 2 constitutions, ours and RPW.
With due respect, this is the Constitution that we're looking at.
Well, it's
And
the
you're, pardon?
It's the
Yeah,
proposal.
proposed. But if approved, this is saying you can formulate policies not provided for in this Constitution. So in my opinion, this is just way too broad and vague, and it allows the executive board to do something that's not provided for in the Constitution.
So any acting board has its own internal policies. So right now, we have a policy that Lynn, when she's collecting members, she gives me those membership forms, I input them and record the transaction. That is a policy. Membership, as defined in the Constitution, cannot be changed. You have to have members, right? So that is, if they were to try and get rid of membership altogether, that would have to go before the entire board. But the policy in which they are recorded can be changed.
And this is to formulate policies governing its actions. So specific to the executive board.
Yes.
In matters that are not provided for in the Constitution. So special matters come up every now and then that need to be dealt with, and this is a way for them to govern their own policies, not anything outside of that.
Yes.
We also can't define everything.
Correct.
Maybe I can make it a little bit clearer.
Announce yourself.
Oh, Mark Carlson, I live in Pleasant Valley. I manage our offices, the Victory Center, and they had to make policies for me on how to handle the money, what hours it can be open, if we're going to sell, what we're going to sell. That kind of stuff falls under this. If you would take that out of they couldn't do any work. It would totally hinder a lot of their work, as long as they're following inside the Constitution. And also, they're always transparent. You can go to the meetings, you can see what's going on. But I don't know how they would operate if this was taken out. They would be so hindered, they'd have to come to and call everybody to a meeting for everything if they're not allowed to do this.
I'm not saying take it out, I'm saying it's
Yeah.
the language defining it.
Yep. Person can speak twice on an issue, and we have one here.
Gary Hanson, Somerset.
One of the things that we're doing here today is we're electing the executive committee as our representatives. And that is our input into that process. You have to trust the people that you elect in this particular fashion. Thank you.
We have one down front.
Randy Lawson, Hudson. In number 1, it says the board has the authority to transact business between caucus meetings. In number 9, or number 8, it says they have the authority to perform other duties as needed. To me, it seems like number 6 is unnecessary.
It is a bit redundant, and it is a carryover, but that would cover any unforeseen things, right? An elected official is coming to town, we would have to perform some duties to show representation or host them. That could fall under conduct business outside of between meetings, but. Yes.
So,
It's redundant, but it was a carryover from ours, and it was something we had seen in other counties. And we also looked at how, like, the VFW or the Legion and other organizations that have boards that are not political entities, and a lot of them did have that in there as a redundant measure.
So again, it is just for its own policies. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Number 8.
Yeah,
So
but
one covers policies as needed, one covers conducting business, and then one is just other duties. So we have a duty to represent at certain events, and that would help cover that. I see your point, though.
So
it was something I brought up during the meetings.
My question is the broad authority over Section 5 as a whole in the different subsections we talked about, does that also give the executive committee the power and the authority to decide resolutions on behalf of all the members on issues as happened in this last year, where resolutions on behalf of the whole body, which is typically reserved for caucus, happened in 2021 and 2022?
So I think that was a minor misunderstanding as far as I understood that vote when I was there. It was our support of the resolution, but not a resolution on behalf of the entire county.
But it reads, it literally says it on there. So I'm going to give an example, December 8th. December 8th, 2022, therefore it be resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County, and it goes through a resolution that did not come before the board, regardless if it would have passed or not passed, it did clearly state that it was a position of all of us as party members.
I believe this particular instance was brought to RPW, and they did.
2-minute warning.
Oh, okay. They did rule that the executive committee can pass a resolution, but it cannot be brought to district caucus unless passed by membership.
Yep.
I believe it was brought to RPW.
Yep.
And our Jim Miller, District 7 chairman, did put out information on that.
And I would make note in Article 6, Section 6, there is a section on resolutions now, which we never had before. It says resolutions outside of a regular caucus or meeting of the membership may be brought before any regular or special meeting of the executive board by any member in good standing, and its full text must be submitted at least 7 days before the meeting. The person submitting the resolution shall present it to the executive board and may present an immediate vote for passage. The full text of the resolution shall be recorded in the minutes and distributed as directed by the executive board. So this is a process for exactly what happened. So there wasn't a process previously. Yes.
Are we less than a minute away from closing discussion on the Constitution?
Yes, 15 minutes.
I make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can further engage in discussion in making the decision as the body of members for our Constitution. I make that motion, and I request a roll call vote for that motion. Second.
We have a first and a second to suspend the rules.
Would you like me to restate my motion?
Yes.
My motion is to suspend the rules so that we can bypass the 15-minute timeline to have further discussion on the Constitution, because it is readily apparent that there are people that do not understand and have more questions on this Constitution. I believe that we need this time to discuss this as we move forward, so that is my motion. Suspend the rules by a roll call vote.
I don't know if if I can do this. Can we put a time limit on that? Can we put a time limit on this?
You can amend.
Yep.
You can amend the motion.
I'd like to amend the motion to put a time limit on the discussion, so we don't go all day.
So, okay. Yep. Hang on.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Hang on.
Point of order.
All motions must be written. This is in the rules currently. All motions must be handwritten and presented to the chair. That's in the rules that we passed earlier.
So you need my motion on a piece of paper?
Yes, and that'll be read. It can be quick. Yep.
Also, a point of order, may I?
Just as a quick side note here, there's some debate and question about the proposed changes to the, I guess, the party's local constitution. The original rules were set up for a 15-minute discussion, and now a motion is being laid before the table to suspend the current rule limiting 15 minutes of debate and being able to bring that forward to discuss to whatever length is required to satisfactorily answer. And there's some Robert's Rules of Order about the rules, how a motion is to be submitted before the caucus, being written rather than just verbal. So they're verbally speaking about it, and then they're coming back around. They're going to have to write it up, and then, of course, it'll be read in a more formalized way. With that said, let's go back in and join the fun.
Of my motion.
That says rolls.
Okay, I haven't read it yet. I'm just asking so that either I do this or I take this. I have terrible handwriting.
Yeah.
Chris, do you have the notes? She's got the notes.
We can go with what's on the board.
We have a written.
Everybody sees it. Yep. Secretary has it.
Yeah, I'm reading it. It's up there. Okay, so you want stuff that's my written. Point of order.
Yes.
You can't, when we're suspending rules, you can't, there's no debate, as the parliamentarian has stated,
Right.
and there are no amendments allowed.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow more time to discuss the Constitution by roll call vote.
Debate is different from making an amendment, and I think it's very advisable to add a time frame to this, because your rules called for 15-minute time frame on the discussion of the motion. So adding a particular additional amount of time frame seems advisable to me, and I guess that should be stated clearly.
Would you like to put a time frame?
No, I would not. I believe that this is important, that any member that wants to speak should be allowed to speak, and they should have their input, regardless of time. This is a very important item that we are discussing right now.
So there is no discussion, right, on this? So, all in favor?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I requested a roll call vote. That is required on this motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
I need the names of the 4 others that are not eligible to vote. If I could have those, please. So if you have a green star, Tim, I have you, I see you.
Yeah.
Carolyn?
So we'll stand for the roll call vote.
There's 2 more? Addison, myself.
I'll pass.
And then who was the,
Is there a second? Was there a second to that? Was it done?
Nathan what? Yep, I'm just writing them down because then what I can do is pull up the attendance and we'll just go down the line.
All right, so everyone in favor of the motion stand, and we'll
Give me 1 second to get in the event.
or I guess this might take a little bit. We can do a hand, we can do it by hand. Yes.
Normally on discussions, you have affirmative and against alternating, and so you cut off the debate by simply not having somebody stand on the other side.
Right.
Okay, so I have the folks that are checked in here on a list. They are not in alphabetical order, so I'm just going to read down the check marks. Please answer yay if you are in favor, nay if you are not.
Point of order, there's two things we're trying to decide on here. One is, are we going to suspend the rules? And the other is, are we going to vote on this motion by roll call vote?
Yes, we are.
Right?
It's a roll call vote. No,
We are not voting on the Constitution. We are voting on the motion to suspend the rules to allow more time to discuss the Constitution
And
by
a
a roll call vote.
Yeah, a roll call vote was requested for this motion.
My point is, and I'll just say for myself, I'm really in favor of continuing the discussion, but I'm not in favor of conducting this motion by a roll call vote. I'd say I got two things to decide.
The motion's on the floor.
Do you want to clarify? So the parliamentarian says it's too late, it's part of the motion, and that is the process we need to follow. I don't think he does. All right.
Yes, it's made.
Okay. So I will read down the list. I will.
You need to,
He doesn't want to.
yep.
Okay, that's it.
Can you point out who needs to talk? Christy, are you ready to type? All right. Matthew Rust.
Aye.
Amaret Coomer. Amaret? Name? Okay. And if I say your name wrong, I do apologize. Amy Shealy. Amy Dopkins. Bernadette Betchko. Beth Weiskopf. Bob Fiedler. Brenda Colwell. Brendan Thompson. Brett Link. Bruce Leonard. Brian Betzold. Brian Betzold? Not present. Brian Knutson. Say that louder, please. Thank you. Brian Schultz. I'm sorry, Butch Schultz. Carolyn Hasselman. Sherry Link. Chris Gruber. Christy Westland. Christina Haverman. Christine Carlson. Yes? Thank you. Dan Dobkins? Nay. Daniel Fosterling? Yes. Dante Farnham? Yes. Darren Hillstrom? Deborah Ellefson? Yes. Denny Avery? No. Is that Denise? Yeah. I apologize. Yeah.
Yes, it's still no.
Diane Keel?
Yes.
Dick Hasselman?
Yes.
Dick Pearson? No. Dominic Zanego?
He's not present.
Doug Scholler?
No.
Duke Lang?
Yes.
Ed Shealy?
Yes.
Elizabeth Nelson?
Yes.
Aaron Gerlach?
Yes.
Frank Zanego?
No.
Frank Rauschnath?
No.
Gail Katowski? Jerry Lancet?
No.
Grant Lind?
No.
Jackie Neekum?
Yes.
James Carlson?
No.
Jason Avery?
No.
Jay Thompson? Jane Bradford?
Yes.
Am I going too fast?
No.
I'm asking the typer. Just a little bit? All right. Jeremy Bischoff?
Yes.
Jesse Garza?
Yes.
Jessica Reeves?
Yes.
Jim Runke?
No.
Joel Brazil?
No.
John Betchko?
No.
John Hiller?
No.
John Shemenk?
Yes.
Joseph Jacqueline?
No.
Joseph Best? Julie Knutson?
No.
Carrie Logderman? Kayla Best? Keith Berkeley? Kelly Johnson? Kelly Scholler? Kevin Larson? Kim Keel?
Yes.
Christy Farnham? Kyle Wheeler? Kyle Wheeler? He's a yes? He's a yes. Laura Thompson? Levon Bletchinger? Linda Carlson? Linda Sikora? Lisa Lind? Lynn Betzel? Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Matthew Gerlach?
Yes.
Matthew Bockland?
No.
Medora Kohler? Okay, Michael Grajada? Michael Grajada? Monica Miller? Nathaniel Johnson? Nevin Logterman? Nick Faldy? Nyla Niblo? Patricia Fielder? Paul Burning?
Yes.
I would hope so. Paula Fry? Philip Katoski? Phyllis Hole? Rachel Lang? Randy Lawson? Ray Sikora. Rick Mannon. Robert Fowler. Robert Bradford. He's what? Okay. Okay, so he'd have to be in the room? Okay, thank you. Bypass. Not in the room. Rochelle Carlson. No. Sarah Bockland. Sarah Blegan. Sarah Larson. Scott Miller. Sheila Berkeley. Sherry Heinmetz. Cheryl Rust. Stephen Nielsen. Steve Bletchinger. Stephen Payne. Did you say no? Thank you. No. Stephen Mayo. No. Teresa Romo. TJ Faldy.
Yes.
Tom Irwin. Vern Larson. Wanda Nelson. Wanda Jacqueline. Zach Westland. Gary Hansen. Too far. Rick Colwell. Addison is a non-voter. And we are back to the beginning. Did I miss anyone? Yes. Heck yeah.
Yeah, could you, whoever did not get counted, could you please stand? Anyone who was not called on, please stand.
And then are they voting yes or no?
Yes,
Yep.
please. Should be on.
Or we can, I can just point to each
Okay.
person.
Yes, better.
So state your name and
Jeff Larson, yes.
Jeff Larson, yes.
Dave Olson, yes.
Dave Olson, yes. And then sit.
Are you recording these?
Yes.
Annette Olson, yes.
Can you guys hear fine?
Yep, Annette Olson, yes. Colton Dennison, no. Coulter Dennison, no. Michelle Dennison, no. Jim Rule, no. Dale Magnuson, yes. Cindy Stockfish.
Hey there, More Perfect Union fans. We are in the middle of a roll call vote to suspend the rules for the St. Croix County Republican Party's constitutional discussion. They want to extend debate on the proposed rules changes, and it is proceeding apace. Just a few people left, so they're going to be announcing their vote. It looks like it's going to be pretty close. And I want to say thanks, Ms. April Dawn, for being here, along with
What was your first name? Yes.
Death.
Sorry.
Good to see you above ground in the digital world.
Laura Bukal, no.
And this is going to be going on for a while. The last time that they did a caucus, it was, I think it went 6 hours the last time they did this a couple of years ago. So more is coming along the way. We're going to dip in now, kind of figure out if we have the answer to the roll call question, which is to suspend the rules and allow more debate.
Couldn't hear that? Did you hear that? Okay, she's got it. No. Or, so, sorry. Yep. Yes. You got it? As yes. Sorry. Yes. Paula, yes. Peter Bernard, no. Believe that is everyone. So this requires a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. Is John Hiller here? Your vote was no. There was a John who voted after him.
Just so we're clear.
Oh, John.
They're very close to having the total count here. We should see that in just a couple of minutes, if not even sooner. Thank you for watching The More Perfect Union.
Spinning wheel, just a moment.
It's a tough job being secretary. I don't know how they do it.
So apparently there are, and this may be more common with local political parties than you might think, but there's some contention between the current leadership and one of the people who actually made the roll call vote for this motion.
Yeah, did you have a...
More establishment versus, say, more constitutional, I think, is how it's being characterized internally.
Yep.
Current vote requires a 2/3 majority to pass,
Okay, so it was after John Hiller?
and they're double
So
checking
after John Hiller, it was John...
their math and making sure that everybody that is entitled to vote, who is present, is accounted for. And I have to tell you, I have never before have I been in a caucus event, and it's an educational experience. So hopefully it's not it can be tedious. Parliamentary procedure can be a little grating, but it's good to see how democracy actually takes place at the local level. And of course, as we all know, all politics is local.
Waiting for the official number from the secretary as they add it up.
And just to be fair, I'm not actually bringing that music forward. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that down just a little bit so as not to run afoul of anybody who wants to call that a DCMA strike. I'm not doing that at all. So anyway, we are getting close to the final count. And while the Jeopardy music continues to run through the background, I'll cut back in as soon as they have the final count done. So again, the motion is to suspend the rules to allow more discussion time for the proposed constitutional rules changes. And that by rule was 15 minutes. And they got about 14 minutes into it. And then a motion was made to suspend the rules in order to carry forward. It looks like they've faded the music out, so that's fantastic. to take a wide shot here. So there are people milling about smartly outside of the sanctuary. So we are live, coming to you live from Calvary Assembly of God Church in Wilson, Wisconsin, the site of the 2023 St. Croix County Republican Party Caucus. I apologize for a little bit of signal noise. I'm using some of my audio equipment, but I'm also taking their one of their video feeds in and their audio. So I apologize for a little bit of the buzz. I think I need to get a hum limiter. So one thing that's going to happen one day next week is I'm going to be talking with Mike Grajeda, who runs a podcast called Mike is Always Right. And he and I are going to sort of break down the events here. This obviously is being live streamed on both twitch.tv and YouTube. And the video on demand will be cleaned up. There's a couple things. There was a couple fits and spits and starts where some of it was recorded but not streamed earlier. But I'll go ahead and bring that forward. I'll clip it on in, and then we will take some clips out of it to be able to get certain things done. There was some highlights. There was one of the speakers. There was a panel of 4 people that was brought up by Chairman Matt Bockland to talk about just special recognition. And this one guy wearing overalls and a hat, he had some pretty good takes. And I think I'm going to cut that out explicitly to be able to make reference to it on a show one day this week coming up. So, and now we're just waiting for the conclusion, the final vote count. And we'll cut into that here pretty quickly. So. The motion is to suspend the rules to allow additional time to discuss changes in St. Croix County Republican Party's governing constitution.
All right, we have an answer.
We'll go
Call
in
to
for the
order.
answer.
So the motion did not receive 2/3, so the motion fails. Do we have the count? It was 68 yay, 67 no. And it needs 2/3.
So the motion to suspend has not reached the 2/3 majority, and it has failed. So we'll check
So
and
we
see
have
what's actually going on
another
there.
motion. So I have a motion to table the revised constitution of the Republican Party of St. Croix County until only members in good standing of the RPSCC have worked on the Constitution. Non-members should not create our Constitution.
Now, this is an interesting point.
Annette Olson, would you like?
Did a non-member actually create?
It says
these
it should be
changes?
revised. It looks like it says reused, but it should be revised.
So we need a second.
Is there a second? Jesse Garza, second. So I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Mark Carlson.
To me, it doesn't matter who wrote. We can read it, see
You'd like to get a,
He's
you'd like to get a
speaking.
mic.
A motion to table does not have discussion. Madam Parliamentarian, can you rule on that, please? A motion to table does not have discussion.
There's a lot of conflict. There's a lot of conflict.
That's true.
And apparently some lack of, or some additional understanding, of Robert's Rules of Order is probably required. And this is a good thing that a lot of people especially at local party levels, don't really have a legislator's grasp of parliamentary procedure. It appears that there is at least one person in attendance who is fairly well versed. I mean, structurally, even
Hello?
even
All right.
structurally
So
looking.
the reason why I'm bringing this motion to table the revised Constitution is because I firmly believe in free speech, and I believe that our Constitution should be addressed and informed and written by only the people that are members of, in good standing, of the Republican Party of St. Croix County. Just as I firmly believe that nobody from the state of Minnesota should come over and address or amend our state constitution, and just as I believe that nobody from China should come and address or amend our United States Constitution.
I'm wondering, I haven't heard any evidence brought
Ms. Diane
forward
Yoakum.
that somebody.
She is a member of Polk County. She's a citizen of Polk County. She therefore is not a member in good standing of St. Croix County. And there's no discussion on this. I can just address. It's not my rule. You guys shut free speech down, not me.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So is the question
So we
before
have
the
a motion
caucus?
to table the revised Constitution.
So is the question before the caucus really that somebody who is not a party member of the county party had some suggestion or input or modeling,
Standing of the RPSCC.
from some other group that was brought forward for consideration? And did the committee?
We'll have a vote on that. All in favor of the motion, stand.
We'll pick that up here in just a second. So we can't really see the entirety of the room, but there's a fair number of people.
I'll count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. All right. All opposed, stand.
It does appear that,
1,
at least
2,
from the
3,
view that I
4,
have
5,
here,
6, 7,
it
8,
appears
9,
that
10, 11,
many more
12,
people are
13,
standing
14, 15,
no.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66,
Here's the noes
67,
have it.
68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 'Michael, are you voting one way or the other? So you can sit. Motion fails.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay, just to clarify about Diane Yocum, so at the time of her appointment, she was a member of St. Croix County. When I came on to be the chairman, I had to get approval from Alan Walker, he was the chair in Polk County, to be able to stay here because she moved to Amory, Wisconsin, that's where she lives. And she was appointed and worked on the Constitution for almost a year now, 6 months of actually doing it, but she did do it. The reason why she actually has, she's in Florida right now, she'd be here. The reason why she ended up having to do that is because she wanted to be a voting member, because she hasn't been able to vote in these past couple of years, because she stayed with us because she wanted to help build the Republican Party out that she so loved and built for many years up in the Richmond area. So to clarify, she was actually a member of our party when she was appointed by the exec committee to work on it. And she was on the last two writings. So. But just answer that question, though. Yep, you were.
I don't know that petty is the word I would use, but it seems kind of contentious at the moment. I'm trying to figure out.
So we have one more
why that
motion
is.
to move the adoption of the Constitution until after the elections of board members. Yeah, who motioned that?
Well, that will create issues.
Right.
So in that Constitution, you revised, so if you, I'm not trying to stop your motion, I just want to clarify that it will cause a second vote for board members because there is a reduction in size and clarification of different positions. So, I didn't hear him. I withdraw my second. Okay. And I apologize, I have really bad tinnitus, so if I ask again for a word, it's not you, it's probably me.
And to help clarify this for anybody who has questions, the rigorous things RPW puts in place to make sure that these constitutions are in line for the membership. First, the exec committee has to prove to them. Second of all, the exec committee has to approve it, and then it goes to a constitution committee, which I worked with Mark Jefferson on, which then comes back with, so I certified it, it came back 100%. They got a checkbox system that RPW uses. It sends back checkbox. There was two things they thought they missed. Matt sent it right away. They said, oh, they're there. It was 100%. Additionally, after our efforts here in St. Croix County, based upon what we did, talking to Leslie Huber, she's the grassroots director, she said that they're going to go through all constitutions now and look, because after we did ours, Barron County did one, obviously, and they found one from 1950 that the party was still working underneath. And it wasn't just one person who approved this, it had to be a committee. So Jim Miller was on it, he's district, Jesse Garza's email was on there when it came back to all of us. So there did list multiple people who were involved in knowing this did go through. So this just wasn't a willy-nilly, we just decided. It had to be a lot of check boxes, just so you guys know, the process. So we did do a lot of work on this, and it's just not our decisions on this Constitution.
And I think that there's something that is kind of interesting to note, I think.
We have
And I don't think that it matters. I don't think it ought matter. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't, and by rule that it doesn't matter. Maybe it does, right? But it seems to me like that if a Constitution is written and brought forward,
Hearing none.
it's subject to the amendment process. So all the members in good standing could amend
So
any particular item. Now, I think the question of whether or not there's an appropriate amount of time to be able to make that consideration is a
Robert
valid
Fowler
consideration, but
is
there was a
calling
vote for
the
that and it
question.
failed.
we have a second. Sarah Bockland, second. So we'll take a vote on that. To call the question, is this a 2/3? So, yep, let's do a standing vote. All in favor of the motion to call the question, please stand. This is to adopt calling the question. So this is a vote to call the question. On the motion to adopt the Constitution. Right.
So just to clarify.
You need to check one thing here real quick, but I think the consideration
The Constitution.
until after the election, I think that failed
Again,
for want of a
this is
second.
a vote to call the question on voting on the Constitution. Okay, so this requires a 2/3, so everyone sit down. Anyone opposed, please stand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we have 17 or 16 against, and that is not 2/3. So that motion fails, or passes, sorry. So we will now take a vote on adopting the Constitution. Yep, so we'll ask that everybody in favor of adopting the Constitution as presented, please stand. The revised Constitution as presented, please stand.
It appears there is.
Frank, are you voting up there?
So this is the people
Frank, are
speaking.
you voting? We didn't know what you were doing.
All right, so everybody sit down and we'll take anyone opposed, please stand. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So the motion passes, the Constitution is adopted.
Well, after some wrangling and some shenanigans, the proposed changes to the St. Croix County Republican Party's Constitution have been adopted by the significant majority.
Jim. A smart aleck. At least you're a clean smart aleck. All right. That said, we're going to move now. We adopted the Constitution. Now we're moved to Board Nomination Committee, and we actually had appointed a committee to search out for the candidates. I got it. It's over here. Okay, that said, going to move it over to Matthew Rust. He was actually at the time in charge of working on this committee. And we have Jim Swenson as well as I call them the Barron County Boys are here. Huh? Exec committee. I call them the Barron County Boys. I like that name better. The Barron County Boys are here. It just sounds better, Jim, you know? Hey. Anyway, the exec team from the Barron County is here to help with our election. We have it fairly organized. We have the ballots. And Jim is going to go through that once Matt is done speaking about the way the nominees were selected.
So this is the nominating committee report. Over the last several weeks, the nominating committee elected at the December Executive Committee meeting, according to Article 5, Section 1 of the RPSCC Constitution, has identified and contacted dozens of qualified members in good standing throughout the county with the appropriate skills and abilities to serve in leadership positions. They are members who have demonstrated consistent support for RPSCC-sponsored events and activities. Those who have recently resigned from the RPSCC leadership positions or have worked separately from the RPSCC have not been considered for nomination. Below is the list of nominees for officers and the executive committee. In addition to the 4 officer positions, the executive committee currently consists of 5 additional members. All elected positions on the executive committee are 2-year terms. So based on
So I'm
the
gonna
previous
put up here for your
constitution,
consideration.
we have
This is the
positions
ballot
here for chairman,
This is
Matthew
the ballot
Rust,
that they're working on. So
vice chairman, Jeremy Bischoff, secretary,
Consideration?
Christy Farnham, treasurer, Michael Homestead, executive committee, Lynn Betzold, incumbent, Sarah Bockland, incumbent,
there's also some
Matthew
additional
Gerlach, incumbent,
at-large members
Christy
for the executive
Westland,
board.
incumbent, John Betchkal, a member in good standing, James Carlson, member in good standing, Randy Lawson, member in good standing, and Dale Magnuson, member in good standing. After the list of nominees has been presented to the membership at the annual caucus, nominees from the floor may be received. Members currently serving the executive board for less than 2 years were elected by the executive committee to fill vacancies. Respectfully submitted, RPSCC nominating committee. Teresa Faldy, Diane Yocum, Sarah Bockland, Matthew Rust, and Joan Whitrock, advisor. So that is our current slate of candidates. Although under the new constitution, there will be an additional position for a second vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, would it be beneficial if I take the new list of positions and have it put on the
Sure.
projector?
Yeah, is that doable?
I think so. I'll
Yep.
ask.
Huh? Yep. Yeah, so there's only one new position. It's a second vice chair position. And then there will be 4 executive committee members at large. So that's how the new constitution reads. So we are under the new constitution now based on the preceding governance. If you look to the Constitution, it says that when the Constitution is adopted, that all prior constitutions are null and void. So we are now under the new Constitution. Yes? Yes, the nominating committee did contact several people, and Christy Westland, I'm sorry, Christy's all over. Christy Westland did accept the nomination for the second vice chair position. Yes.
So the new constitution says there are 9 members. I see 12 people on this list, or are we in a 9-member list?
Yeah, so you will vote for 4 members under the new constitution. So these are just nominees. So you vote for 4. So there can be more than one nominee for each position. So turn it over to Jim Swenson to run the election.
Where's your list? Where's it right here? Where? Right here? Is this it?
Yep.
So these are the nominations that your nomination committee made?
Yep, so we could add, and we will stop. So you can't write on it, but you could add, but there's a second vice chair.
Okay. So we'll go through this, invite them up to talk then, or do you want to go through all the nominations of the officers first?
Might have to ask Matt about that.
Okay, where is he?
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Okay, so as I understand it, the people that are running for party chairman, Matthew Rust,
I need a piece of paper to
write
write on
in.
here.
Sorry, Matthew Rust is a candidate, and then he's the only candidate running, so there will be an opportunity for a write-in as well. Jeremy Bischoff is up for vice chair.
Good afternoon.
Treasurer is Michael Holmstadt, and the secretary
They wanted me to
candidate
review
is
some of the.
Christy Farnham.
They wanted me to review some of the rules during nomination. The nomination committee, of course.
Per the new constitutional rules, Christy Westland is seeking the position as the second vice chair.
Multiple nominations during my ask.
People that are up
And we
for
will get to a
at-large
process where we will
are
ask
Michael
3 times,
Bechtel.
And then nominations will be closed.
Sorry,
One
Michael
thing I would
Betchkall,
ask is
James
during a
Carlson,
nomination period,
Dale
there is no
Magnuson,
discussion allowed.
Lynn Betzold, who's the current membership chair, Sarah Bockland, who's the current elections chair,
Position we have by your
Matthew
nomination
Gerlach,
committee for
and Randy
chairman
Lawson.
Nominates Matthew Rust. Matthew, do you accept that?
There are
nomination?
additional spots for write-in candidates.
Nominations for chairman are now open from the floor.
Now we're taking additional nominations for chair.
Yes, sir. Paul Burning? Is Paul in the room?
Yes, sir.
Do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Second ask, are there any other nominations for chairman? I think those rules were adopted earlier with Section 7. I don't know. I'm just holding a nomination. Go ahead.
So each ballot has my initial on, and each ballot is numbered 1 through 230 because I wasn't sure how many people are going to be here. So I printed 230 ballots because back in 21 when I was here, there were no ballots ready to do voting. So I thought it'd be very much easier to come ready with the ballots up front for ease of everybody here and clarity. So when you're handed your ballot, you'll see what security is going to do is they're going to watch each person come out. There'll be 2 people up here, one here, one here. Simply will watch. You put the ballots in. They're kind of moving from here to that black table, so you can all see it. There's 21 that watch the ballot from here to the secret room. A lot of people are really mad about the secret room. I like transparency, so I want to make sure the ballots are numbered. Anybody can see the ballots casted, 1 through whatever. So the security, the reason why they are, because they're actually licensed and everything here in the church. So that's why they're doing it. Maybe you guys, so what happens, you're going to come on your thing right here. You're going to walk down here. You're going to come with a ballot. You're going to see your name tag with a star on. They're going to see your name tag with a star on. That means they know you're ready to vote. If you put wristbands on, it's too hard to see them. So so what happens is you're going to walk up here. You're going to stop. You're going to put your ballot in. One of the executive committees from the Barron County will sit here like this, and they're just going to stare at the ballots going in, not going to touch them here. What's going to happen is we're going to move these 2 buckets to that black table where the water is. Our parliamentarian is going to sit here as an impartial source. What's going to happen is the Barron County guys are going to come back here. They're going to take each ballot, and they're going to show the ballot like I did at state. Whoever at state convention, you saw how I did it. I pulled the ballot up, and then I read it, and then Hugh Gwynn made the mark, because that way it was fair and balanced for everybody there. Nobody had questions. And then all ballots will be saved after and put in the secretary notes. What's that? So the reason why we put a security team in place was for smooth and ease check-in, smooth and flow for you guys, so that you knew everything was fair and balanced. In terms of this, Scott Miller is part of it. That's the head of Sergeant at Arms is Scott Miller. And the other two are underneath Scott Miller here because they run the church security here. We did this to make sure that you, the voter, knew that it was fair. That's why it's up here. And that's why these guys, they don't know anybody in this room. They have no idea who you are. Well, I don't think they would be this. Good. Yeah. So this is the way it is. It's not in a secret room and that. So.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the process of.
We're voting. There's no discussion or voting. I'm just explaining the process.
We're in the process of voting, making nominations at this very time, and it's inappropriate to ask questions as much as you want to. We need to go forward with the nominations, and then we will go forward with the voting on your ballots. You each should have a ballot. Thank you.
What about these people who are nominated from the floor? Is it going to be published up there where we can see it?
So I just had a conversation with the current vice chair
Nominated from the floor.
Yes, there's a written section on each one. I already took.
about nomination process and procedure according to Robert's Rules of Order. Anybody who is nominated for any position before it can proceed to anything else, any other business, that person has to receive a qualified second.
To make sure 2021 doesn't happen again. So we've already crossed T's, dot I's, and that's why I actually initialed each piece of paper and put a number.
Good.
So everything has already crossed T's, dotted I's for your protection and for your peace of mind. So you'll have space to write them in, clearly.
He's asking if they're going to be on the
They
board.
will. They'll be up there. So you can actually read them up there, and you can write in the writing areas. Yep.
Are we good to continue?
Yes.
Something I will add before we continue, we will do these position by position, and any challenger will get to speak for 2 minutes, and then the member that has been nominated by the nomination committee will also get 2 minutes, okay? So I believe we were on our second ask for chairman. Are there any other nominations from the floor for chairman? There is no discussion, sir.
I'm asking for information, not discussion. As far as the election will be.
I think I'll make a suggestion to come in and actually for the executive committee and for the members at large to host a parliamentary procedure conversation.
For each of the officer positions, there will be a majority vote for the candidate in order to win. And then for the elected board members, we will be taking the top ranking number of votes given to those 4 additional people. Thank you.
Okay. Here. You have more than 4.
Well, these are, because of the exec committee, you're not doing these right now, you're doing.
I understand
yeah.
that. Right here.
You're doing the chair, the vice chair,
Right.
chair, secretary and treasurer. The next election will be the general.
Okay. Third ask. Are there any nominations from the floor for chairman? Okay, we're going to close nominations for that. And now I would like to invite Paul Burning to approach and address for your 2 minutes.
The parliamentarian has a
she does, and then James is going to get the note from the parliamentarian, and the mic will obviously the mic will shut down. It won't work anymore.
Ready?
Yep.
Well, I think we're good afternoon at this point. Thank you, Sean, for nominating me and Duke for seconding. The last 2 years have sucked. I'm not wrong, right? It's been pretty sucky to lose the governorship again, sucky to lose the presidency, and I can tell you right now, I don't plan on it sucking April 4th and losing our Supreme Court. If you're not acting like we have lost the war, we've lost. We've lost education. We've lost our institutions. We've lost our nonprofits. We've lost our private sector to woke leftism. The postmodernism that has infiltrated our country over the last 2 generations, I've watched it. It's disgusting. I lived in Russia right after the Soviet Union fell. My parents were detained as we left the country. Some of you have heard the story, some of you have not. As a 13-year-old sitting in the airport, watching my 3 younger brothers wonder why mom and dad are on the other side of plexiglass, as they shake my parents down for thousands of dollars so that we can leave this country that was not our home. Now, granted, not pagers, no cell phones, I don't even think ICQ was then. How many of you remember ICQ? So I had to try to figure out a way, if my parents were not released, to get my 3 younger brothers back to the United States, to Chicago, and get them home up to New Richmond, Wisconsin. Is that 2 minutes?
7 seconds.
7 seconds, thank you.
4.
So whether or not I win or lose as your chairman,
Time. Thank you.
what I've done.
Okay, so that's Paul Burning. He extended his time by just a few seconds, so the people in the room
Thank you,
could hear it,
Paul.
but
Your next speaker
was
will
cut
be
off.
the nomination committee nominee, Matthew Rust.
Thank you. I got a lot to say in a short time to say it, so I wrote it down so I could get everything in. I'd like to start by thanking everyone for the honor of being nominated to serve as your next chairman. My late father served as chairman in Dunn County for the better part of the last decade. He was the epitome of a servant leader, doing his best to follow the example of our Lord Jesus, who said, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself." All the law and the prophets hang on these 2 commands. As leaders, we are given a trust, first and foremost, to honor God, and secondly, to serve the people. Our founding fathers fully understood these fundamental principles as they wrote the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. Acknowledging our rights come from God, and government's primary role is to secure the rights of the people and to serve the people. Our party platform is a direct reflection of these fundamental principles and what we must now focus on to bring us together. Our common adversary is the political left, which continues to work relentlessly to remove God from every aspect of human life. Our fundamental principles are worth fighting for, but we can't win this fight if we're not united. I've worked alongside almost everybody here in some way to support our candidates and advance our common goals, and I will continue to do so. In the words of Frederick Douglass, I would unite with anybody to do right and with nobody to do wrong. So today my prayer and challenge to all of us is to come together for our common purpose and recommit to our fundamental principles, first to honor God and then to serve the people. Only then can we truly heal, and only then can we truly unite, and only then can we really truly win.
Time.
And only then.
that's Matthew Rust finishing up his nomination speech.
Thank you, Matt. Our next nomination for first vice chair by your nomination committee is Jeremy Bischoff. Is Jeremy in the room? Do you accept the nomination? Jeremy accepts the nomination. I now open the floor for nominations for first vice chair. Do we have any nominations? You don't need a second on a nomination. Do you got, is it Sharita? Are there any other nominations from the floor for first vice? I see no hands. This is a third call, final call for nominations for first vice.
You got it.
I even spelled it wrong. Okay, last call, third call for first vice. Nothing? Okay, we'll close nominations for first vice, and I would like to invite Ms. Link up to take her 2 minutes and tell yourself about us. Or actually tell us about you.
That's interesting.
All right, so my name is Cherie Link, yes, with a C. I ran for state senate back in 2020, and I got to know a lot of you through that process. What I heard over and over and continue to today is there's a lot of people that got involved. 2019, 2020, we saw the writing on the wall. We knew what was happening. We knew what was happening on the left. And we rallied. We got some young people out, knocking doors, doing things to get us across the finish line. We came up short. We have more at stake now than ever before. And so after 2020, after the primary, I was hired on to work with Derek Van Orden as his field director in the 3rd Congressional District. So when I tell you I've knocked thousands of doors and talked to thousands of people, I have walked the walk. I know what it's going to take to get candidates across the finish line because I was one. There is so much at stake with this April 4th election, and we have to rally together, you guys. You probably all saw me standing up saying that I wanted to extend the time for everyone to speak. That's because all of you have a voice that matters. And if we are not listening to the people in this room, the people that are engaged, that are committed to our cause, we're going to lose, you guys. Divided, we fall. So more than ever, we've got to be working together. We've got to make sure everyone's voice is heard. And we've got to make sure that all of us, every single one in this room, is doing at least one thing. And I challenge you to do at least 10 things. Get 10 people out to vote with you on April 4th. Make 10 phone calls, knock on 10 doors. You guys, our election committee can set you up with a walk map that's a mile from your home. Just go out and knock those doors. But without all of us engaged and making a difference, we are not going to win April 4th. We are not going to win in November. We all need to work together. So I would love to have your vote in a few minutes.
Thank you. I was so engaged.
Next, we'll get to hear from the nomination committee nominee, Jeremy Bischoff.
Through a lot of business networking, I've known Cherie for years. I think she is a phenomenal person. I was also standing to extend the time to talk about our Constitution because I think it's important. Those of you who've attended meetings over the last couple of years know that I tend to be the one who listens first and isn't the first to speak. It's because I do like to listen, and I like to take in the information, and I like to formulate a smart, intelligent response that is logical and not emotional. One of our first and foremost jobs is to conduct business and get people elected to promote our conservative values. Whether I'm elected to this position or not, I'm going to continue to do that in whatever capacity I'm allowed to. That's all I've got.
Due to the new constitution that you just adopted, we've created another vice chair. We will call that the second vice chair position. And the nomination committee has nominated Christy Westland. There you are. Do you accept the nomination? Yeah. Okay, now we will open nominations to the floor for position of second vice chair. Do we have any nominations? Second ask, do we have any nominations for second vice chair? I should look behind me, too. Third ask, do we have any nominations for second vice chair? Okay, I'll close nominations, and at this point, can we do acclamation at this point? Okay. Okay.
What?
Normally, in any nomination committee, you could run for every office you want. We already closed nominations.
It is possible to reopen nominations should the body like to reopen nominations.
Jeez.
Do you want me to run this? Do you want to run this?
You can.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to open nominations. By who gave that nomination? Please say your name. Gary Hansen. We need a second. Name.
Now you have to do a vote.
Okay. Is there any discussion for reopening nominations? None?
She was.
Okay. Can we do this by a vote of? Okay. Let's do this by voice. All in favor of reopening nominations, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Pretty apparent the ayes won. Everybody agreement on that? Okay. So now we've reopened the nomination for second vice chair. And I'm not calling them 3 more times. There may be an issue here. We've never had 2 vice presidents. Can you nominate 2 people without already conducting an election?
Now, this seems to me like a little bit of a twist, because if she stands for 2 offices and she wins both offices.
Cherie Link is on the ballot. So you decline your nomination? All right. Thank you.
Jeez. Well, that was a bit of hyperbole. I think a Robert's Rules class would be lovely.
Okay, we're at the next position of secretary.
Okay, moving on. Coming down to the secretary's position.
There's nobody running against her. Would you like to speak? Okay, come on up.
Now we're going to hear from Christy Farnham, who's currently, I think one of her roles is she deals with a lot of social media stuff for the St. Croix County Republican Party. That includes her Facebook.
As a mother of 2 beautiful children, and it's always been a mission of mine to give them the best life I possibly can. And I'm sure a lot of you can agree with that. As of the last 3 years, that mission has grown to mean a whole lot more. I didn't really care about politics much, just kind of sat back and let the cards fall where they may. I figured my vote didn't matter much, but I still voted to at least be able to say I did something. With the plandemic, that all changed. The blatant lies, the outrageous ways people have been treated and still are, just made me want to change more for more people. I know I can't change the world, but I can help make a positive change in this little corner of our world here in St. Croix County. I'm also running for school board of Nourishment. That's another way I hope to help affect change. Please help me in making this county great again. Thank you and God bless.
Fairly short and to the point. Christie.
Okay, next position is secretary. The nomination committee nominates Christy Farnham. Is Christy here?
Right behind you.
Do you accept the nomination? Yes, I do. Thank you.
I stand corrected. That
Are
was
there any we're not
second
going to
vice
open
chair,
the floor
Christy
for
Westland, who's
nominations
also
for
running for
secretary.
school
Is there
board.
anyone wanting to nominate anyone for secretary?
So Christy Farnham is the person
You're
who
going to
does the
make me
social
start
media
telling
stuff
jokes here in a minute.
for the St. Croix County
Annette?
Republican Party. Includes their website
Is Annette present? Do you accept the nomination?
as well as their Twitter, Facebook, and other
You
handles.
cannot? Annette refuses the nomination. I'm sorry, sir, what was your name? Did you get that, Tom Moe? Okay. Okay, second ask, any nominations for secretary? Third ask, any nominations to fill the role of secretary? Okay, we'll close nominations for secretary, and we'll invite Christy up here to give her 2 minutes.
Okay, so the second vice chair, Christy Westland, is running unopposed. And now the secretary,
Thank
Christy
you.
Farnham.
Good afternoon.
also running unopposed.
I had a little bio, but I don't want to spend a lot of time up here, so I'll just cut right into why I'm running. It wasn't until 2020 that I got involved with the Republican Party of St. Croix County. After the COVID lockdowns and the general election that year, I was left feeling angry, confused, and wishing that there was something I could do to change the things that were happening. But since my only experience with politics up until that point was voting, I didn't know how to get involved. So I prayed on it, and not long after, our family chiropractor, Jeremy Bischoff, invited us to become members of the party and to attend the 2021 caucus. I'm now blessed with more than enough opportunities to help make a difference. Since joining the party in 2021, I've volunteered in a variety of ways. I took the lead on poll worker recruitment and communications. Please let me know if you'd like to be a poll worker. I've served as a poll worker and special voting deputy. I've helped with various local and statewide campaigns. I've attended and volunteered at many party events. I helped with the initial setup of the new headquarters, and I recently joined the executive committee. I became the secretary in October and also serve on the communications committee, helping with social media and email correspondence. I have also served on the elections committee, the constitution committee, and the events committee. I am willing to help wherever and whenever it is needed. Whether I'm on the executive committee or not, I will continue to help further conservatism in St. Croix County. However, I believe that I can be of greater service if I am reelected to continue on as the secretary of the party. This is why I respectfully ask for your votes today. Thank you.
Now we move to the last officer of the county party. The nomination committee did nominate Michael Homestead for that treasurer position. Is Michael in the room? Do you accept that nomination? We're going to open the floor now to nominations for treasurer. Do we have any nominations? Do you accept that nomination, Jeremy? Do we have any other nominations for treasurer? Last chance, third ask, any nominations for treasurer? Okay, we'll close nominations for treasurer, and I will invite Jeremy Bischoff up to the podium to tell us about himself. Okay. Michael, it's your 2 minutes.
So unlike Christy, I think I'm going to give a little bio because I'm probably the least known person of all the people standing up here. You know, like a lot of people, I got involved in 2020. I've been a lifelong conservative, but just really pissed off after the elections and tired of just talking about doing things, and God was telling me it's time, step up. So I wasn't part of the St. Croix County Republicans up until that point. Just a little background, I guess I grew up in Plum City, Wisconsin, if anybody knows where that is. Family of 12 kids, I was number 8. Yes, we're Catholic. Went to college in River Falls, was a member of the college Republicans there, did some work with Sheila Harsdorf, Tommy Thompson, door knocking and things like that. Live in Hudson, have a wife, 3 kids. Just side note, I've spent over $100,000 plus, big time, in private education for my kids because I didn't want to send them to public school. So, you know, I put my money where my mouth is from that standpoint. But, you know, again, it's enough that we can talk and talk until we're blue in the face. I can't be any more mad than I am right now about the way that things are going. Why am I here? You know, primarily because Sarah asked me, hey, is this something that you want to do? And my first reaction from inside myself was no. This is not something I really want to do. But God was telling me yes. And if elected, I'm here to serve. You know, this is my first caucus meeting. I'm seeing different personalities and different groups. I'm not part of any group, really. I'm just here to serve and to help win and to deliver victories however I can. So that's me.
Okay, at this point, we have taken our nominations and nominations from the floor to fill all the officer positions of your St. Croix County Republican Party. I'm hoping ballots have been distributed. Are the ballots distributed? They want to do that second.
Yeah, we do the members at large after, just in case somebody doesn't win on the executive. They can always run in the at-large positions. That's why you don't do them all at once.
Well, wait a minute.
We have security. I'll bring you
Yeah.
up.
Ted, Paul. Where's Paul? Okay. Bruce, you want to man this one?
So the ballots are all paper-based, so it's going to take a hot minute to get everything done. They have serialized the ballots, and they have identified everybody
Okay,
who's getting a ballot.
Just as a reminder,
only
red star tags
members in
get
good
to
standing.
vote, and you're only allowed to carry your ballot to the box.
And apparently, no ballot harvesting is allowed.
Ballot harvesting? Yeah.
And the
We
audience
did early
sort of chuckled
voting
on
out
that,
front
so.
early.
It's good to see that people have a sense of humor with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay, and with that said, I'm going to take a small break and be able to
We're
just jump back
voting for
in,
one in
see if I can
each
get a couple
slot.
people once they've voted. See if anybody wants to come out and have a conversation with the More Perfect Union. But stick around, guys. It's going to be interesting to see what's going on. So. My first caucus that I've ever been to, the first state I've ever lived in that actually used a caucus, and it's been tedious at times, and it's been kind of interesting and informational. So,
Somebody voted for two people in one race.
That vote is, he'll just say,
Yeah, I don't even need to say that, do I?
it's a spoiled ballot. If you vote for two people in the same race, then it's a spoiled ballot. Unless, of course, we roll back to 2000 and we start counting hanging chads. I think the vast majority of people that are here are
Not yet.
at least high school educated, and they should know that when you're voting, it's vote choose one until you get to
Has
the
everybody
at-large.
received a ballot? Raise
To
your
get to
hand
the
if you don't
at-large
have one.
candidates. So, and they're trying to figure out who does not have a ballot, who is
Everybody over here
entitled to
good?
have one, and they'll be commencing the vote here pretty shortly. I'll be back with you in just a little bit here on the More Perfect Union.
Are you guys?
oh, I hear.
Yeah, you guys need to vote.
You get one or not?
I'm not a member. Well, I'm sort of one, but.
Yes, I vote.
Here's excess.
Excess.
Here, I can hand it to him. No, let me do it. So,
Can we bring them forward?
Security, once they're done, they're going to come to the road and bring you forward. Okay. Is everybody voted? Yeah, just for one day. parliamentarian. So once the vote's done, stand right here.
Okay, could I get your attention? Where's my hammer? Has everybody turned in a ballot?
Call it 3 times.
How about a call to order? We need a call to order. Silence, please. Has everyone turned in their ballot? Has anyone not? Okay, we're going to proceed to the next portion of counting these, and now you can talk.
Get John back here.
That way we know exactly how many ballots we cast it to. Okay. Hey, Jim. Jim, I need you to certify these voters. Don't look, Bert. Don't look. Okay. Tell him, Bert, not to look. Sheree. Four. Because there's a total of 9, so 4. Why do I have 9? Because these are, oh. There is food in the hallways and in the gymnasium area too if you need food.
Okay, everybody, so I am back here at the St. Croix County Republican Party's caucus event. The votes are coming in, they're being counted, and it's going to be kind of exciting. I just met up with a Republican strategist, and I'm going to have Dan Kelly, who is running for the State Supreme Court of Wisconsin. He's going to, hopefully, he's going to get on the show this week. We're going to meet with Mike is Always Right podcast host, Mike Grajeda, and we're going to talk about the events of today. We're going to keep moving our way forward, but we're going to try to activate and motivate people in Wisconsin to get out there on April 4th and vote Dan Kelly as the next Supreme Court Justice for the state of Wisconsin. Hopefully you guys aren't talking about my about the stream being broken. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. It looks like that's all still working, so thanks for hanging out here with the More Perfect Union. It's kind of an exciting day to get involved with this stuff. There's going to be some bombshell stuff that I'm going to be talking about here this week about Janet Protasewicz, who is the, for lack of a better word, liberal candidate that's going to be running for the State Supreme Court of Wisconsin. Some interesting stuff. Divorce, kids don't like her, does a lot of vacationing. It's going to be kind of interesting. I'm kind of looking forward. I'm looking forward to some information that I know is going to be coming my way. So you guys make sure you stay tuned this week. We're going to be very active in the lead up to April 4th here in the great state of Wisconsin. Don't forget to find your cheese hat while you're watching the More Perfect Union. This is live coverage coming to you from Wilson, Wisconsin at the Calvary Assembly of God Church, which is hosting the caucus, the biannual caucus for the St. Croix County Republican Party. So currently before the table is an election for various officers, including chairman, first and second vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and then there will be 4 additional at-large seats. So more to come. Stay with us here on the More Perfect Union. No, you haven't missed it. The way the events and stuff were going today, I didn't get that opportunity, but I'm going to do it as a lead-in to the show. I want to say tomorrow, but realistically, it's probably going to be Monday or Tuesday will be the next show. I need to have time to be able to cut this 6+ hour event into meaningful segments that various elements can be talked about. So. But that's to come. That's definitely to come. Okay, everybody, this is the More Perfect Union coming to you live from the Wilson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County Republican Party Caucus. Their elections are currently out. They've been going at it for a while. Votes are being tallied. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we are getting close to having announcements for the various winners. Now, there's another election that's going to take place after this one, and this is for the 4 remaining at-large seats. And the way that that will work is that people will be given their ballot, and then the ballot will, then be counted off with the person receiving the most votes, or the 4 people with the most votes will be elected the at-large members of the executive board. For those of you watching at home, we are live on twitch.tv and YouTube. And I'm pretty close to being able to have Restream set up so that I can answer questions on both. I'm not really following the YouTube version now. There's going to be a video on demand of this. They've got a couple pieces that weren't part of the original feed because there was a network issue here, but I was recording it locally. And I'm going to go ahead and just do that assembly and break this thing up into about somewhere between 45-minute and 1-hour segments, depending on how long it takes. So we've been going since about 9 a.m. Central Time. And I got to tell you, I'm kind of tired. I've had a donut. I've had a donut, a cup of coffee, and an Egg McMuffin. And now I'm back to my standard, which is Diet Mountain Dew. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight. I did get confirmation I will be interviewing Dan Kelly one day this week, depending on his schedule. It's probably either going to be Wednesday or Thursday, if not sooner. But you know what? If you're not a follower of the More Perfect Union, please consider following. And if you happen to be interested, and you got a Prime Gaming subscription, don't forget that you can drop that off as well at no cost to you. You can help the show out because it takes a little bit of effort and time for me to travel all over. It's about a 40-minute drive for me to get everything done, about an hour to set up, an hour to take down, and then, of course, all of the time that's associated with doing the video edit afterward. So today we are running 3 cameras via NDI, and I'm also taking a live audio and video feed from the church AV system, and it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye here on the More Perfect Union. Thanks very much for watching, guys. I look forward to having the rest of this get completed here pretty quickly. So be back with you in just a few minutes. Folks, if you're not aware of the More Perfect Union's channel on YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and post a link there for you guys to do that. Go ahead and follow that up as well, and you'll get notices when there are videos that hit that site as well.
Oh, yeah, we're sitting here.
That should be a better link for you. You know, people talk a lot about the sausage making of legislation, but local party politics can be quite the sausage fest as well. I think it's shaping up to be a bit of a contest between the chairman and the vice chair. The chairman candidates seems to be the biggest possible rub. And to be honest, I listened to both of them. They both sound very good.
Okay, results are coming in shortly here, so if you can go tell your friends, family to come back into the sanctuary here.
All right.
Jim promised he's going to have a total here shortly, so don't shoot the messenger.
And there we have it from the chairman, the current chairman, who is resigning or stepping down from position. He did not run for a second term. He's fulfilling a campaign promise that he made when he got elected in 2021, that he would serve one term and try to put the the county party on a different footing, whatever that means. But anyway, you heard from the chairman, Matt Bockland. The results are coming in just a few minutes here on the More Perfect Union. Thanks for watching. As people are filing in, I've had several people walk up to me and ask me information about where they could find the More Perfect Union on Twitch. So, of course, I I let them know. Be fantastic. Over here off to the side, I see a loop of a membership video I made for the St. Croix County Republican Party. I guess across various media targets, it's garnered some 250 or 300 views. And I think they said at least a handful of membership renewals and new memberships came off of it. So, yay. Fantastic. If you're not active in your local politics, regardless of the state or whether it's a caucus or a primary type process, I recommend you get involved. There's a lot of what happens with respect to local party politics. If people think that, so, well, I'm just going to vote for the people that show up on the ballot, but the local parties have a lot to say about who gets on that ballot. So, you want to take back your country, you got to take back your party. You got to be an active member and participant, and that includes donations to your local party because they do support a lot of local activities. And then also they need people to help with, various talents. If you're a video person or you are a communications person, you know how to write, you know how to craft messaging, do calls to action, design campaign posters, that kind of thing. All different kinds of things that you can do in order to contribute to the message that says, hey, we want a more constitutional form of government, and we want to make sure that we are limiting, that we, the people, are actually limiting the things that our government can do to only those things which we have empowered them to do. So make sure you get out there and become active in your local party and bring other people in. One voice is one voice. Two people is a team. Pretty soon you can get a whole army of conservatives and you can take back this country the way it needs to be done. That little PSA message there for you from the More Perfect Union.
You two are adorable. Did you say start calling them in? I didn't say they should be able to hear me with that, but I'll go collect them.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's okay, John, we'll use that one.
Okay, this is Mike 2 coming at you live from the More Perfect Union here in Wilson, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we just made a loop. Let everybody know. There's a couple people waiting on some food.
Okay, so we got secondary mic. So when people start coming out, we're going to maybe try to do something, catch somebody who wants to get caught here on microphone talking about their thoughts, processes, or whatever that's going on with respect to the election or the local county party system. We'll just keep our fingers crossed there.
Do you know who this is? That's mine, I think.
Call them back into order.
I put that there for extra. Okay, we need everybody to come back in and take their seats.
All right.
Yeah.
The moment we've all been waiting for. They're bringing people in. We're going to see what we're going to see.
She's going to use this one. Okay, so is everybody in? Okay, so we have the tabulation of the results, and one of the roles of carrier for the parliamentarians, she actually certifies it for us, and we can put it into our secretary notes for obviously years to come. So we are excited about that. So, Carrie.
Thank you, Matt. So there were 129 ballots turned in, and the winner for the chairman position is Matt Rust. Your first vice chairman is Jeremy Biscoff. Your second vice chairman is Christy Westland. The secretary is Christy Farnham. And the treasurer is Michael Homestead. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like a clean...
These documents will be filed with the secretary. Thank you.
Looks like a clean sweep for the original nominated candidates. I believe now they're going to be moving on to the election of the at-large member.
Want to pass them out now? Just pass them out.
It's a good idea. Yeah, get them out now. That way we won't have to wait later.
Right.
Okay, good. So get your attention real quick while they're passing out the ballots and we start getting to the next round. So in the Constitution, leading up to, hold on, you want to know this. So leading up to Constitution, or to the caucus, there's multiple things that a executive committee has to do, caucus committee has to do. One of those is you have to come to the caucus with a list of some names to be delegates. It doesn't have to be the full list, but you have to come with some. Christy Farnham, some of you may have gotten the phone calls from her asking if you wanted to be a delegate. As the memberships were coming in, she was making those phone calls so we'd have something in your packet today. There are multiple people who have she's spoken to make sure she has on the list, like James Stauffer, things like that. They're already on the list. But we want to fulfill all the constitutional duties we had to do. The delegate listing and seating will come up a little bit later after these important messages.
And these delegates will be to the state convention.
Oh, and if you want to be
Takes place
delegate,
later in the
make sure
year.
you come see Christy if you have not yet. Don't vote yet, you guys, because it might be write-ins. So before you, don't be voting on those. That's just preemptive. We still have to go through the nomination process. There may be people who want to run as a write-in candidate from the floor. So do not write in there yet. Yep. What's it? Does everybody have a ballot? Pens? I got three here.
You need a ballot?
So once everybody has a ballot, we'll start. And Christy Weston was just asking me a question down there. So last year we voted to allow the chairman to seat delegates if they didn't all fill up between now and the deadline, which is the 15th, if I'm not mistaken. And so that'll be the same here too. So if there's somebody who you know who's part of the party wants to be delegate, chairman can seat them later.
So in the past, the last time this caucus was held, it went till about 3:15. I feel like we're probably going to be pretty close to that same amount of time, maybe 3:30 at the latest.
So on the website, you're going to already see the event created. I created district, and then I also created the state posting. I didn't want to get people confused. So the state one, hopefully, will be coming out here shortly on the event. So.
See how you are. All right, everybody got a ballot for the second round. Anybody missing one? Okay, this second round is going to be for your executive committee at-large positions. We have nominees for 8 positions. We'll do them the same, one at a time, and open the floor for nominations. At that time, they will also be able to come and give their 2-minute speech. Yes, sir. We haven't. You're out of order. Yeah. Okay.
He's out of order.
All right. The first nominee from the nomination committee is Lynn Betzold. Is Lynn here? Do you accept the nomination? Okay. And now we'll open nominations from the floor for that same position.
No, there's 4 positions.
Pardon me? So you want me to read them all? All 8? And then take nominations?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I guess we're going to do this a little different. We will list the executive committee nominees, and then we will take nominations. Okay? So the second executive committee at-large position is Sarah Bockland. Sarah here? Do you accept the nomination? Yes. Third executive committee position is Matthew, is it Gerlach? Do you accept the nomination? Fourth Executive Committee at Large is Christy Westland. She was over here somewhere
The
earlier.
people that are being nominated right now are the ones that the executive
So you
committee
decline?
has placed forward.
Okay, Christie is a decline. Next
think that
one
there were
is
several
John
others.
Bechtel. Bechtel. Did I say that right? Do you accept the nomination? Very well.
So Christy Westland
next
had been
position is
nominated.
James Carlson.
She has taken a position as
You accept the
one of the other
nomination?
offices.
Next one is Randy Lawson. Accept? Last one here is Dale Magnuson. Dale in the room? Do you accept the nomination? Okay.
Actually, I misspoke.
Yeah, he was an oh yeah guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wolf sir. Now, how many floor nominations, many as we get?
Anybody can, yeah, anybody can.
Okay. Now we'll open the floor for nominations for these at-large positions. Paul Burning, do you accept?
In the spirit of unity, I do.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Cherie, I think I know how to spell your name now. Any other nominations? Yes. Gary Hansen, is he in the room? Do you accept? Okay. I need,
Lisa Lynn.
That's a little bit confusing how they're doing it. They should just have the list of all the names, and they're only
okay,
taking
any
the
other
top four vote
nominations from the
getters,
floor for executive
as I understand it to
at-large?
be. So we'll see. We'll see what we end up with here.
Going once. Oh, was that a hand? No. Scratching. Any other nominations from the floor for executive committee at large?
Anybody want to be nominated?
I should just give you the mic. Okay, we'll close all nominations from the floor. You all have ballots, and you can vote for.
You can vote for
Four.
up to 4 people. So that vote is.
Absolutely, absolutely.
See what just
I guess
happened
we'll
here?
start in order here with Lynn Betzold.
Oh, so they're going to do nominating speeches for, it looks like, 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
All right,
9,
I'm going to talk super
10.
fast. So,
Each
Lynn
gets up to 2
Betzold,
minutes.
I've been on the EC for 2 years. Thank you for that honor. Towards the last 6 months, I think I finally found my passion on the committee, and that was with the membership committee. And I would like to bring up the word of synergism when it comes to that. Who knows how you define synergism? Maybe? So we all could be spinning in our own little circles, right? But when we come together, bam, an explosion of things possible that would have never been possible if we were all spinning in our own circles. That is what my membership committee has been like. I hope you received a mailing. I spoke to Bonnie last night. She lives at a assisted living. She had been a lifelong Republican. She does not have a computer. She doesn't get out, but she became a member because she received the trifold in the mail. So I'd like to thank the EC for approving the finances to purchase that and create them. My team is made up of Sarah Bockland, Joel Brazil, James Carlson, and Christy Westland was the designer of a lot of our materials. What? And also we created a membership video of which Matthew Rowland was the producer of. We plan to double our membership in 2023. So anything that you can do, I'm going to have these trifolds available for you as you leave. Please take them. If you can think of a neighbor, friend, share. Let's share the freedom in 2023. Let's double our membership. Let's get out there and win. but let's do it together synergistically. Are you all on board for that? Put on your seatbelts. Let's do it together. Share the freedom 2023, please.
Your next speaker will be Sarah Bockland.
All right, hi everybody. I also suffer from CRC. I can't remember CRAP. So I also write things down. I got involved with I also got involved in the 2020 election timeframe. And with the local ordinance that was being brought up on the county, at the county level. It was with local activism of a number of people here in this room even, that the ordinance was defeated. So that kind of encouraged me to see how local politics are so crucial. In the past, I have door knocked for Cherie Link, actually, Rob Staffschultz, Shannon Zimmerman, and Kate Garza, and I will continue to do this to this day. My 4 kids are now homeschooled, but when we previously were at Trinity Academy, they knew the drill. At least an hour of door knocking every night. They especially love filling not mailboxes, but the newspaper boxes with the literature, because they get to hang out the window and mom drives crazy. The vision I have for this county, my county, and the state is to uphold conservatism and conservatives' values, excuse me, by helping elect conservatives. Why can I say that? And especially to work to keep godly values and morals and beliefs in this county and country. I love working with candidates, and I appreciate each one. But one that comes to mind is Randy Lawson. He's running for Hudson School Board. He has been an unashamed Christian in his candidacy, and I just so appreciate that. He exudes the fruits of the Spirit, grace, kindness, goodness, and that is what I want to see in our county, in our leadership. Okay, my time is up. I have a lot more. I will be done. Can I say, please pick up your voter guides in the back, and candidate literature too. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Matthew Gerlich.
I was appointed by our chairman back after we had a resignation for the role of security. My wife will attest, as every door in my house is locked 24/7, that I not only live it, but I'm pretty dang good at it. So basically what I do is when we have events with candidates, especially some of the bigger ones like, Mr. Ramtham and other things that are coming to our events, I coordinate with law enforcement. I get my own special team sometimes together. And then I also work with a actual security licensed company that helps, kind of taught me a little bit about what that's all involved and whatnot. So that's what I was put on the board to do. I started coming to every executive committee meeting since last year's caucus, just because I thought it was, a good way to interact with people, keep our values going, and, work with people like you that, want our values and our things that we're trying to uphold to actually get elected officials in for. So I've been to every meeting. I go to them. I volunteer my time as best I can, walking parades, that sort of thing. And I look forward, if you want me to, I'll keep on serving for you. So.
Your next speaker is John Bechtel. Where are you, John? There you go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I first want to thank everyone that has played a role, including Paul, people I've worked with, helped him out with Rich O'Connor's very well, like night 2018, like run, and everybody, you know, from like Bockland's to everyone has put their effort in. You know, I've hardly been in politics at all until about now, and I was motivated by my children and what's been going on, just like everybody in this room. I come from an extensive background in entrepreneurship, 4 decades, very successful, and then six years of my own with my food truck. It was very humbling. I've learned a lot. You know, my dad always said, you got to make your plan, work your plan, and that's true. I want to, if I get voted in, I'm going to thank you, and I'm going to really give it everything I got, because I do care about, I'm a person that's open-minded. I want to listen to everybody. And I know that if we put together a plan, just like a car, everyone in this room has got their strengths, you know? You know, some people can be the chassis, they can be the wheels, they can be parts of the engine. I really mean that, you know? That's the best analogy I could use. And when I get voted in, with my work ethic, I promise you I will be honest, and I will give it everything I got. Burnett knows that when I throw myself into something, I pretty much ignore everything around me. So, thank you.
Okay, Randy Lawson.
I'm Randy Lawson, and just in case you didn't know, oh no, I lost my sign. I'm running for school board in Hudson. Paul Burning, where's Paul Burning? Paul took me out for coffee 4 years ago or so when I moved to Hudson, and so I've been involved locally for quite a while. And I really appreciate what Sarah said, because I'm really not a Republican first. I'm a follower of Jesus first. And 32 years ago, I heard God say, you need to be a father to the fatherless. And I adopted my second child. And it only took me 60 days, because somehow God has a way to work things out quickly. Within a year, I had another adopted child. And I have a multiracial family, which is a great opportunity to witness to people. But because I'm a father to the fatherless, I'm also crushed by the millions of children that we've killed in the womb. I'm the president of a pregnancy resource center in Woodbury. I'm on the board of a church for homeless and drug addicts and prostitutes in Minneapolis. And those are the things that encourage me to be a Republican. Because we're concerned about the world we live in, and we do things about it. We don't need a government behind us to do things about it. We step out into it and figure out how we can help an individual one at a time.
Dale Magnuson.
Always good to speak last. I'm amazed at the quality of the candidates you have here. The reason I got into this was Sarah called me, and I couldn't say no. If there's anything I can do to help, I want to donate my time and help wherever I can. If you think I can use me, I'd like your vote. I really want to figure out how to get our country back. And I think this is one way to get going, so let's go.
How about Paul Burning?
Well, so many people asked what happened in Russia out in the hallways. So we did it democratically. The 3 older brothers voted that my youngest brother got sold to the Russians, and we all went home. But the best part is he came back as an operative for Donald Trump in 2016, right? Isn't that? I'm joking. That was a joke. So I wasn't going to consider running for the executive committee. I've served on the executive committee previously. But I thought, you know what? I said what I mean, and I mean what I say when I think we need to start pushing things aside. And I can't stand up here and go through my entire resume and what I've done and what we've sacrificed, because that would take a little bit of time, and I don't have that. But I'm going to stand up here and ask for your vote to be on the executive committee, because the leadership needs veterans to support them and to show that eventually we can come together, because I really hate Tony Evers. So let's do it. Let's come together when we can, and I appreciate each and every one of you being here. And if you haven't knocked on a door or made a phone call or made a donation or held a fundraiser, those are the 3 keys to winning an election: doors, dials, and donations. So if you haven't done one of those things, I'm going to encourage you and invite you to join me or anyone else who's going to be doing those things. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to earn your vote, and I hope to see you on the executive committee.
Cherie with a C.
Everyone's going to know how to spell my name when we're done here. I'm supposed to have a little accent mark according to my mom when she did my birth certificate, but it takes too long. One of the things I did not mention is I am a current member on the Somerset School Board as well. I've been there for a couple of years, and fortunately we now have a very conservative-leaning school board. Yeah. So we actually get stuff done. Also through that, I am on the CISA 11 Board of Control representing Somerset. So I get to kind of see that high-level thing as well that's happening around our area. And that's been very interesting. They're still mandating vaccines for anybody who's working in around children, and they required kids to wear masks up until just very recently. That's the stuff that's happening high level in our state. So former foster mom, we were providers for almost a decade. I know the ins and outs of the good and the bad in our county and was able to witness a lot of that firsthand, and would love to make a difference on the executive committee now. So would love your vote.
Your next speaker is Gary Hansen. With a G.
Yeah, I'm Gary Hansen, SON, and I'm a 41-year resident of St. Croix County. Originally, I was over in Minnesota, over by the University of Minnesota, where the seat is currently held by Omar. I ran against Phyllis Kahn 3 times. I was able to get 33% of the vote, which isn't doing too bad over in that particular area. When I came over here, I've been active with the Republican Party throughout. I was on the executive board 2+ years ago. I served as chair for the St. Croix County Fair for our booth. I've served as the chair for the Lincoln Day Dinner, and those are all very intense items. And the reason why we're going down from 13 board members on the executive committee to 9, I'm being told, is because it was tough to get all those people active and taking positions You need to know who is going to actually get out there and take some of the actions. I am currently a candidate for the Somerset School Board. I'm running in to join Sherry Link over there. We have 4 candidates for 2 seats. The Ian McDonald is on our sheet as a conservative. I'm a little bit more conservative than he is, but it's still a good avenue.
Time.
Thank you.
Your last speaker is James Carlson.
Hello, everybody. Let's see, have a show of hands. How many are conservatives in this room? Can we raise our hands? Do we have conservative values? I see unity here. There is possibility for unity. I was pleasantly surprised to be nominated for the executive committee. I have been working very hard for you in the membership committee for quite some time. My family background is being a hobby farmer and more especially a local business owner for about 30 years. Recently, I have had the privilege of stepping away from that, which now allows me to pursue other endeavors. One is, I am seeking election for the Township of Rush River Board, and while doing this, I'm enjoying meeting all of my neighbors while handing out the Dan Kelly palm cards. Through the decades, I have been asked to serve on many boards and many organizations, and I've declined this because of my loyalty and devotion to the customer base that I always served. Now today, I am ready to serve you. And after being elected, I will do that with the same loyalty and fervor. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, once again, is there anyone that doesn't have a ballot? Looks like everybody's got one. Okay, you can vote for 4 of those candidates and return them as we did in that first session.
Does anybody else have a spoiled ballot before we collect them, where they start writing them on there too soon? Just 2? Do you have a spoiled one? Okay, if you have a spoiled ballot, please raise your hand and somebody will come with a one that's not spoiled. We want to make sure it's... Oh. If you have a spoiled ballot where it's like all scribbled on or you circled things, we can get you a new ballot. We'll collect the old one, but we want to make sure there's clarity here in the elections because our parliamentarian has to certify it. And security will bring me the old ones. No, if you just get a new one, I got extras here. I want to make sure it's, yes. Yep, hand up and bring the old ones up here, you guys, and I'll count. Gonna write spoiled right here as I stand. Yeah. Yep, I'll write spoiled in the front, spoiled in the back so that it won't get counted, and I'll keep them up here opposite than any other voting. But I want to make sure everybody has a fair shot here, that there's no ambiguity. Make sure the boxes are checked, names are spelt right, things like that. I will. Oh, sorry. If they feel like it's spoiled, it's spoiled. So I'd rather do it, I'd rather have them right here. Get rid of those papers, all that stuff, okay. Yeah, I'll take the spoils. Jim will hang on to them and hand them over. Thank you.
Here, Matt, I'll take a couple too.
Okay, and just make sure you sign it and put the date and the time that you're spoiling it.
Yes, sir.
That way it's all legal. And then I'll announce how many spoiled ballots we have before we're moving on. Actually, I can have Christy do that. Christy, why don't you take Matt's or Michael's and my spoiled ones and count them up so we can announce how many spoiled ballots there were.
Sorry, what was that?
Okay. So when I'm done with spoiled and he's done with spoiled, take them together and count them up, and then that will have a record for them. It makes sense. Here, I gotta do those still. No, I'm not done it. Huh? Oh.
I'm doing the same thing he is, just to speed it up so they don't get mixed. Sure.
Okay, so one of the things that's going on right now here at the caucus is they're clearing spoiled ballots. So a spoiled ballot for purposes of this election, they had a list of, I think, 7 people that were running for at-large seats. They're choosing 4, and there were 3 additionals. Some people inadvertently marked their ballots before everything started up. So they are going through the process of providing a curative for that, which is to take the ballot that has been incorrectly marked or marked with a choice that doesn't include the additional nominated individuals, those 3 additional nominated individuals. And so they are giving them a new ballot or providing some other curative that clearly understands and marks the intent of the caucus voter. So they should begin the vote here in just a few minutes. And want to thank the viewers. I know we don't have that many viewers here right now, but we're also live streaming on YouTube. This is going to be available on a video on demand. It's going to be cleaned up a little bit, and some additional commentary and everything will be done on a secondary stream, probably Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, I got no skin in this game. I don't care. You want me to stand on my head and do it? Silly request. Like, okay, I'll move.
Ms. April Dawn, I'm going to tell you what. Anytime you say thanks to me for anything, I am just happier than a bucket full of peaches.
What was my term? Yeah. Agreed. Here.
back. The vote should be taking place here pretty quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are 19 spoiled ballots, and they're in a separate folder. Each ballot has been labeled spoiled, and they're in a folder labeled spoiled, so they will not be put in with any further counting. Thank you.
Now we can vote. Now can we bring them forward?
Yep, now you can bring them forward to vote.
Okay, ushers, bring your people forward the way you did on the last one. Red stars, one ballot per person.
I'll watch it like a hawk.
So the way the process works here is the same as before. There are two ballot boxes on either side of the pew row, of the center pew, and people come down, they turn in. Each voter is given one ballot only, and they can mark up to 4 individuals. Those ballots will be then pulled out and tallied, and the results will be shared out with the audience here, with the caucus goers. I guess I'm the audience, and you guys are the audience on the More Perfect Union here, and we'll be hopefully get the list in. So, so this is when we talk about election or ballot security, I'd have to say that this is a pretty secure process. One person, one vote. Very handy. And of course, security is watching both ballot boxes to make sure that only one vote, one person goes in. So thanks for watching us here today, our special coverage of the St. Croix County Republican Party's biannual caucus. We're electing executive board members and various office holders, and they approved earlier today their revised constitution. And I believe there will be one more vote at the end of this. I believe that there is a vote or nomination or recommendation for people to serve as delegates to the state GOP convention. I could be wrong on that, so we'll just wait and see what information we get. So thank you for watching here on the More Perfect Union. We'll be back shortly.
Has everyone cast a vote that wishes to cast a vote?
You got one back here.
Where? All right, we will proceed to the count.
How you doing, Vern? Just enjoying the ride. It must be easier taking pictures without Charlene around flipping you off all the time. Oh, really? Wow, that stinks. Are you feeling it now? Is it coming to an end? I felt it this morning when I woke up, and I went, yes. Yeah, I was talking with Michael out there. And I was like, hey, whether you make it or not, like, sounds like you know what you're doing. Oh, yeah, we'll go down there. Our bad. Sorry, Matt.
So we've got some people that are kind of filtering out into the lobby. So I'm setting up the cameras in case anybody wants to talk and bring their perspective forward, so I can jump kind of into that and have a conversation with them. So stand by. There might be some other interaction here. Yeah, you said Matthew. Yeah. Not a problem. I was gonna. I'm hoping that we'll be able to say something before everybody wears out. Because going to be doing a reference review. So this is 5 days later after the fire. And then she was just around, so I'm set up now that if anybody's on TV, the housing redevelopment to build.
We got caught board teaching classes. And we just got so against what we didn't know about. Well, you're supposed to. Anyhow, even though we have a slight majority, I consider some of them a little bit, they're not all that conservative. They are in there. Better than so yeah, they're in there. Another referendum. Meeting. We found a public stand still for the total they actually needed. So they put in two were like pieces they do coming against their others. We redo a lot of the stuff the other one did. We think really kill them down. Then they back in 2018, that cost us $50. This one is $22.9 million, and it's going to cost $2. So next year, that would be an increase of $2, where if it fails, we'll see how this year goes.
Yeah, township, Rush River, and it's a half township.
I'm not necessarily against there I can afford $60, which is why I look at the numbers. There are a lot of people that
Very good. Tons of people there.
a month of people.
Really, really good. I didn't realize, maybe that, but I didn't realize that she grew up there. I was there for almost 4 years. Yeah. I wasn't there. All the greenhouse. The greenhouse. Yep. You know how you talk about my family. I love talking to people like that. She's constantly, enabling speakers.
That was fun to go around door knocking and stuff. I did some of those neighborhoods. So really scary.
I started. I'm still getting familiar with houses. Oh, yeah. I started looking at this years ago, and a lot of people were reporting me, and I absolutely hate politics. This isn't my thing. I hate but we make a sense of it, and I feel that somebody needs to stand up. So at any rate, I started over a year ago attending meetings regularly, looking at the characters of people who are there, seeing what they were doing, seeing what they were voting on, watching that happen. And probably I came to the conclusion, yep, that's
I started unofficially. Asking questions. What do you think just want to go over it one more time. Anything else? 550, 650. Yes. I have, everybody has a spot. I don't very a lot of. And, anyway, I feel very empowered. Thanks. Very easy. It's not a popularity contest. I coached this. the welfare and healthcare. I mean, as far as now they get up there and they get a job, they lose all that, and they actually draw in less money than what they were collecting. So that really victimizes them. That's what.
It's a self-victimization, right? And then the other thing said, okay, if we make X amount of money, we will take all of the benefits. The Republicans did it right, I think, in 1996, when they did the contract with America. That we're not going to touch their needs to these I'm one of these guys, and I'm supposed to go higher than myself, right? I'm one of these guys that says we need to get rid of Social Security and Medicare. I'm sorry, Medicaid. We need to help those who really need help, but it can't be an open ended that just somebody else to pay for it, right? And when I say
but it is an insurance.
I don't mean cut it off. I mean insurance program. But I mean phase it out. Give a different replacement that has a better return. The long-term average is about 3.5%. That's not good. The long-term average stock market, even though it goes up and down, is 7 to 12%.
All that money, government.
The government doesn't make money. Right, the government doesn't make money. They don't invest your money. The government just takes your money and gives it to somebody else. Right? So at least in the markets, and in market type deals, you have an opportunity to grow your wealth while creating opportunity and prosperity for the nation. The government does not create jobs. Government spends money.
I mean, because the inflation rate was running higher than the 3% that the government was.
You're still 5 to 8% down.
Every year. So rather than that pool of money acting as a benefit, you got a pool of money and can earn, and therefore it's larger. It's just the opposite. It gets smaller.
The biggest problem that people are looking at now is that if you are close to retirement, your retirement money, like 401k or whatever, that money is instantly over the long term more than 10% now. Okay? But the lack of that growth over the next 20 or 30 years, whatever your life expectancy is by the time you retire, you're out of it. So your ability to earn over time is just more than needed. And I think the government likes that sort of thing because they really want people dependent on them because it gives them power. Right?
Yeah, but you don't dare vote against them because
the government has no interest in helping people get permanently on the vote. Because people that aren't dependent on the government don't want government. Or they want the least amount of government. I have to be.
I mean, on the school board, we're getting into the argument that they need to build a new gym, they need to build a big auditorium, and because the multi-purpose room that they're using currently is used for their cafeteria, and then they fold that up and bring out the bleachers. Yeah, and that's just fine. It's a good use of space and stuff, but their argument is, well, it's not fair to the kids. Well, you're spending $22.9 million for 100 kids.
Let me give you this. I don't want to tear the whole day. I used to work in the city of Nebraska. I worked for the office. And the city of Nebraska was a small town, 10,000. Sorry, the entire campus. It's like St. Croix, massive, large, geographic, right? 10,000 people. Right? The school board, which was really senior executives of that they wanted a new school. We had just become a public company. They wanted a new school because they wanted to use the auditorium to do their investor. So they managed to convince
Do you got a business card?
I need to print some. But I will look you up. Your campaign probably you guys. Yeah, but you're. Yeah. But, you're interested, I'll set up, something up, and we can actually talk about what you're trying to do. I think this guy's gonna keep going, like, phasing down more and more and more, watch out. Candidates, so that I can put them on the show. And you'll actually have content for me.
Somerset got caught with porn in the classrooms. And stuff, and
They tell you it's not there, but it takes diligence.
yeah, got caught with 67. So it's pretty obvious that actually wasn't just sitting in the library on some shelf. Kids would have to. On YouTube, at our school board, they were all surprised. Blank paper sign or approval curriculum didn't turn out in the way that they thought it was.
One thing that comes really loud and clear, realize there's a lot of stuff that's going on. They're getting indoctrinated. They're being inculcated into things that have nothing.
The parents came there. Sat with them. The current board there, and we don't care, we're gonna do it our way. So the public didn't call. And then they were gonna go after the rest of them. That's what happened, because they just bought into the process.
Then you need to get those people out.
Sherry is on there, she's conservative. They're not willing to do competition. Want to get along, they want to get stuff done.
The only thing that works with understand that the other side isn't interested in consensus. If they can get you to capitulate on one thing, that's 8% they never get in, they never get in, anything that is, limiting size and scope, limiting the size and scope of the state, returning all of that power at the local, county board of supervisors, the town board, whatever. We need rise up from the bottom. Which is true, it works. We need to politics. There's more of us than them. We have to craft messages that create unification rather than talking about it.
In the all general election, we dominated on 65. In the spring election, they've gone out and moved out the hardest by all their.
Is it legal?
They don't care.
I think state Supreme Court, rail. We'll see what happens after April.
They're still setting up a ballot.
Dane County, this guy right here, is probably closer. In the last 5 years.
Overturned everything that constitutional law.
I'm doing that deep dive on her. I'm really gonna set out to expose her and her qualifications. So she's a hardcore left guy. I'm not going to do anything other than you. Yeah. Your values have no place. Right? Your values have no place. Law, the Constitution, and if it doesn't, you should have no opinion.
Not the downtrodden or
The old John Federal scheme, right? Even if they're not good, maybe. Well, we've all been knocked down at some time. I grew up in the
Because I had a German man,
I've been working with these guys for almost a year. And before I reached out and talked to people, I realized there's an awful lot of valid, good stuff.
this is a school. Our policy is you can't be here. That's their policy. But the aspects of it, because I'm not affiliated with school. I'm, as a chemist, I'm required to follow financial reports and with my campaign, with your officers. That makes me an affiliate. All candidates in the school board. So, the next time you have to have the information to go back. And they said to me that's your policy. All those items. And so they come back, well, it's factual. And it's factual. That's promotional. Literature, they need to have the logo on the letterhead for the school.
Technically, it's a violation of federal law. So that's something that federal law.
Revamp their own policy to try to walk the line. The rules don't really apply.
It's the wall over and over and over until you get your allies lined up.
I said back to I hope we haven't screwed up the referendum so badly that this can't be cited against you with no return.
And that's right.
Which may never be an election. Very nice to meet you. I'll be looking forward to talking further with you.
She did the.
Hey, while we're waiting for these results, they're almost done. Hey, Tim. Vern, what's up, quick? This is Mike Rowland, for anybody who hasn't met him before. He's been with the party now for a year and a half, and he's been doing a lot of videography, a lot of filming, doing a lot of things on his Twitch TV. However, I wanted to quickly tell you, while they're finishing up, where you can find today's events.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you tell them where exactly where you find it.
Yeah, so I do a political talk show on twitch.tv. It's called theMorePerfectUnion, all jammed together. I also am today, I've been live streaming this on twitch.tv and YouTube. And if you go, the easiest place to get to it is if you go to twitch.tv/theMorePerfectUnion. I'm going to post a link for like the video on demand. I'm going to edit it down, clean it down just a little bit. But if you're curious about everything that went on today, you'll be able to look there. You can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on YouTube. I certainly would appreciate it. And I'm doing everything I can to help you guys get the most conservative people that we can in Wisconsin, because it's important for us all to work together and row together. And I was grateful to hear, I think it's Paul, said that, for the sake of unity, right, we all need to be working and pulling in the same direction. So congratulations to you guys. I've never been in a caucus event ever in my life. I'm a recent migratory bird into the state of Wisconsin from the communist state of Minnesota, where my wife was forced to live for many, many years before she escaped. But anyway, grateful as all get up to be able to talk to you guys here, to talk about Wisconsin politics on my show. And if there's anything I can do for any of you guys who are candidates for local office, or if you're looking for even higher office, please reach out to me. Find me on contact there, and then I'm working on business cards and stuff like that. We'll make sure that you guys can get access to a message that can be crafted to help you guys win your elections anywhere that you happen to be running. So thanks you so much for making me feel welcome and for letting me help you guys.
Thank you, Michael.
I don't, yeah, just twitch.tv, like Twitch like this, slash theMorePerfectUnion, just jammed together. Twitch is something that a lot of like gamers, people that stream do. There's a fairly robust political section there. It tends to be mostly left wing, but there are some people that are conservative, and there's a lot of debate stuff that goes back and forth. But I'm literally trying to focus a lot of my energy towards Wisconsin, state politics, local politics, and then also working towards building up an information base that is Constitution. Yeah, and it's just a place to drop off and find info. Twitch.tv. / Hi, how are you? Tom, nice to meet you. Mike Rowland? Yeah, I don't have a badge. I mean, I'm staff, but not like the infection. I'm sorry? Twitch.tv / theMorePerfectUnion.
You don't know who Mark Carlson
And then that'll get you to the show that's live events. All of the video on demand is actually going to be put over on YouTube. And like right now, this is being live streamed on both YouTube and Twitch.tv. And the video on demand will be edited, cleaned up, and then posted again either tomorrow or Monday. And then, of course, I'm going to be talking with candidates and stuff like that during the week. So I'm doing a deep dive on, what's her name? Paseo? What's her name? Askowitz? The liberal, oh, sorry. I don't know if she's liberal or not. I think she's liberal. But Dan's opponent, and I'm trying to get Dan on the show this week as well. So if you get to Twitch.tv, and you have to have an account to follow, but you can also follow on YouTube. There will be an opportunity to actually hopefully get a live
interview with Dan Kelly this week.
And I can hook you up with door knocking. We're going to have a super
Yep, thanks so much. I appreciate your interest.
You can come and learn how to knock on doors, if that's your thing, or I'll teach you how to.
So you can watch without being signed in. You don't have to have an account on twitch.tv, like a muscle twitch.tv / theMorePerfectUnion. Just all one word, jammed together, no spaces. The More Perfect Union, which is the take on our Constitution. I think they're still walking around. I don't know if they haven't announced, so I'm actually watching the feed from it here. Oh, for sure, for sure. I would not deprive anybody of that.
Since this is the last vote here of the day for candidates.
I produced that as well.
Right before that, I just wanted to publicly thank Jim Swenson, the chair of Barron County, for coming and helping us. Yes. The Barron County boys. I'm encouraging them. They have to find a way to do a community award with the chairman's coin I gave them.
You're trying to accelerate it?
Work to open up a grassroots headquarters in Barron County, and they can hang that on the wall. So, thank you.
Do we want to, is this something that we think we'd like to bring forward as an issue?
Another events this last year. Big thanks to Matt. He runs.
That's a tough sell, but sure.
For you. All right, here you go. Thank you.
So there were
wow.
107 ballots cast.
Okay, I think they're getting ready to announce.
Large members on the board, and your 4 new board members are Sarah Bockland, Lynn Betzold,
So just so we're aware, Sarah and Lynn are both current executive committee, elections committee and membership committee chairs. Okay, and one of the additional nominees, Sherry Link, has been elected.
And as we're
Hey, thanks very much. I appreciate that, April. Yeah, I get an opportunity to talk, and I just kind of free range it.
Thank you. Okay. And the final one here, before I get to the last one, is for Carrie here. For her efforts today, I know I've heard from a lot of people that they really appreciate she was here to help run a fun and effective meeting. And as you can tell, the amazing skill sets that she actually had for our event here. So we look forward to continuing working with her. And she's from Minnesota. So let's continue to encourage people from Minnesota and Wisconsin. And we're going to send her home with a chairman's coin she can take back, as well as a letter of appreciation. So what it says, if you bear with me, it says, the chairman's coin recipient, Carrie Roach, RP, the president of the St. Paul unit of NAP. Today, as chairman of the Republican Party of St. Croix County, I'd like to recognize and enshrine the...
So it's just really cool that a number of people, after I did my little floor speech, have decided to come by and talk to me about various things. There's some various issues that I think are going to be kind of interesting to talk about that relate to federal intervention of state commerce. So we'll be looking forward to possibly having some additional content topics to work on.
Principles and policies.
We'll go back to Matt Bockland, chairman, or outgoing chairman of the St. Croix County Republican Party.
The chairman's coin symbolizes the God-given talents bestowed upon their individual hearts. Furthermore, let it be resolved that each of you were born for a time like these, and with the blessings of our Creator, that He will give you the strength to face the fear, judgments of the human heart, and the ability to stay resolute in carrying forth America. My hope for each of you is that you will continue to bring hope to those who have lost theirs, that you will continue to inspire those to believe in America as you do, and that you will be a refuge for the lost and the forgotten among us. As chairman, I believe the measure of America is not how much individual power we immense, but rather the amount of power we give back to the people. Yet as recipients, you must stay vigilant to those who will seek to take authority, who look to enrich their individual power through you, and be fearless in the face of an unpopular opinion. We must all seek life in the words of Theodore Roosevelt, the man in the arena. In closing, as chairman, I find no greater reward in politics or in life than when I see someone find their voice. Let this chairman's coin be the physical representation of the voice you found. You have done so much, influenced so many in Minnesota and here, and your American experience is now the collective tapestry that will be enshrined with the chairman's coin in the Republican Party of St. Croix County. On behalf of a grateful county party, I would like to thank you for honoring us with your professionalism and skillful parliamentarian efforts to run a professional, effective, and expedient meeting. Thank you very much.
I would like to just say one little thing about you all. Really, I'm standing up here nearly sobbing, and you know when the Holy Spirit moves, you just get that tingly feeling going? It's going. So thank you all very much.
It's really good to see.
All right, we're almost
so
through with the day. A couple of things left. We have
Really
to
good
go
to see
through our
so much,
resolutions. I believe we still have 4 resolutions, correct? So we have 4 resolutions that were presented to us.
Positive
which we'll work
motivation
through, and
from
Matt
these
Rust
guys.
will go ahead and
It's
work
been
through the
a
resolutions.
very interesting
as he
educational
worked
experience
with
for me.
Sarah Bockland on getting these verbiage and everything right. It should be noted that, again, resolutions are not the law. However, they have to go to district and they have to go to state to get vetted out. That's why you would be a delegate. That being said, we're not going to have a bunch of amendments to the resolutions this year because they're all going to get chopped up anyway. So we try to do the best we possibly can to get the meaning and I guess the flavor because, and I can't speak for the future of the Republican Party, but I can speak to my experience. The reason why you should come to caucus is not because we're just voting and things like this, but it's to be a statement of what we stand for. And last year, we actually we lived out the endorsements that were passed at caucus. And I hope, and my hope and expectation is that'll happen again this year. So again, on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and I hope that we will still live under the law of your wishes today. Thank you.
All right, we got 4 resolutions. Everybody should have them in their packet. I'll just present them quickly with reading the title and then the resolved. So Resolution 1 is on elections, indefinitely confined. So be it resolved that the voter is required to meet the high standard. Well, I'll read the whole thing. They're not that long. Whereas indefinitely confined voter status is obtained too easily, whereas indefinitely confined voter
This is
status
one of my
allows for a
watchwords here.
ballot to be sent to homes every election, whether the voter wants the ballot or not. Whereas indefinitely confined voter status provides for opportunity for others than the
Now, these
voter
are
to
gonna be
utilize the ballot in their name. Be it resolved that the
submissions that are
voter is
being sent
required
to
to meet
the
the high
state
standards, high
party
standard definition of indefinitely
for
confined,
inclusion as part
and
of the
return to
party
absentee
platform
voter
or the
status
party
with photo
legislative
identification
efforts.
and in-person
That
voting on election
indefinitely
day
or
with photo
so
identification.
voluntary
Be it further resolved that the
voluntary,
Republican Party of St. Croix County insists that the Wisconsin
self-identification of
legislature
disability
rescind the voter's
allows you in
ability
Wisconsin to not have to
self-identify,
show a voter ID.
indefinite confined,
And once you have
re-implements the high
self-identified,
standards
it
of
requires
the
a
definition of
self-identification
indefinitely confined
that you are no
status
longer
for
indefinitely
receiving an
confined.
absentee ballot because
And
of
the
age,
challenge
physical
here
illness,
is that people
infirmity,
feel
or are
it's too
disabled
easy to get
for
on,
an indefinite period.
and it is not likely for anybody to ever get off that
Resolution number
list.
2.
And every time that you go to an election, In
conservative
Wisconsin,
direction,
you are
GOP.
required by law to show
Whereas the
your
Republican Party of
photo
Wisconsin
ID,
at the local district
Wisconsin
and
photo
state
ID
level
or your
has passed
passport.
numerous resolutions of a conservative
In order to
nature
vote.
favoring a smaller, less intrusive government, a right to keep and bear arms, and a directive to secure our borders, etc. Whereas these resolutions are in the direction to which the members of the party want the representatives to adhere, whereas the people of the party recognize that while they cannot compel their representatives to vote in this manner, they can and do expect them to adhere to conservative principles. Now therefore be it resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County in caucus assembled urges the Republican Party of Wisconsin to actively and vigorously seek candidates that will adhere to these conservative principles. Be it further resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County insists that only these representatives who adhere to the party platform be placed on the Republican ticket in future elections. Resolution 3, amending the endorsement process. Whereas the Republican Party of Wisconsin Constitution states that years in which there is a statewide election, that there be an endorsement vote for the convention for each of the 5 state constitutional officers and the United States Senate. Whereas over 1 million Wisconsin residents voted Republican in the past gubernatorial election, many voting Republican for the first time, and the Republican Party of Wisconsin fully supports transparency for voters across the entire state. Whereas losing numerous statewide elections, whereas after losing numerous statewide elections in Wisconsin, it is vital that the Republican Party of Wisconsin prioritize the best interest of the party and of the grassroots. Whereas endorsements by the Republican Party of Wisconsin have caused division and conflict at times when the party seeks unification. Whereas our purpose is to respect the will of each Republican voter in the primary, and when more than one Republican enters a primary, it should be the primary voter that determines who the party places in their support behind. Now therefore be it resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County in caucus assembled insists that there be no further pre-primary endorsements of candidates. Be it further resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County supports the recommendation that the Wisconsin State Convention be held following the state's fall primary election, which would allow Republican voters the ability to place their support behind individual candidates to determine which candidate the voter wants endorsed. The voters want endorsed. And we have one more in the group. Resolution 4, proposed life resolution. Whereas nothing else matters if you don't have life, it can be deprived of life without due process by the state or federal government. Whereas Roe versus Wade created almost 50 years of killing the unborn and brought with it a culture of death. Whereas Roe versus Wade has been overturned by the United States Supreme Court in Dobbs versus Jackson, which revealed a 173-year-old statute in Wisconsin, which is still in force and bans abortion. Whereas the language of Wisconsin Statute 940.046 says that an unborn child is a human being from conception until born alive, whereas a human being is a person. Whereas a person is protected under our state federal constitutions and also has civil rights under both state and federal statutes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County stands firmly against any efforts by our state representatives and governor to repeal this protective statute, which would make the unborn once again exposed to the risk of abortion in Wisconsin and would violate their constitutionally mandated right to life under the Wisconsin State Constitution. We therefore demand that any abortion statute still on the books that is in conflict with Wisconsin Statute 940.04 be repealed without delay. Be it further resolved that the Republican Party of St. Croix County will take steps to hold any representative accountable who attempts to repeal this anti-abortion life-sustaining statute. So those are the 4 resolutions that came out of committee. I would recommend we vote on them as one group, and due to the time. Yes. Right. Yeah. We will, yeah. Yeah, so there's, they do that too at the district is they correct any typos and they do any of that kind of thing too. So, but yeah, these have a couple little things in them, but they don't change anything about the content. Resolutions. Yeah. Second? You get that? We are supposed to have them in writing, according to our rules. So grab a piece of paper there quick. We lost our typer guy, but well, we just need it in writing. That's according to the rules, just to follow the rules. So, we need the motion in writing, yep. Although, I'm going to backtrack on that one. For passing, this resolution like this, I don't think we need to do that. Separate motions from the floor, and that's what it was. It was motions from the floor. Right. So, okay. We'll have it covered.
Too late.
That's fine.
But it's handwriting.
Yes.
Can you please make sure that it specifies if any grammar or punctuation changes the content of the meaning, that that grammar or punctuation not be part of this form? Oh, we can.
So, yeah, to that point, I would say, yeah. Right. To that point, I would say we submit them as is, because the district will correct the punctuation. Yeah, well, we have these here, so I would say whatever we have here, we submit. That way we don't have to do any extra work. And they will correct any punctuation at the district. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. We have a motion on the table, so I'll read it. Yep, I move adoption of the full resolutions as proposed with any necessary spelling and grammar corrections. Well, yep. No, we already have a motion on the floor. Yeah, well, right, we have a motion.
It does appear that a lot of the people that were here have cleared out. These are just pro forma formalities about resolutions that are going to carry forward to the state, at the state level.
We're doing things a little bit out of order, if I may say that. The motion that's currently on the table and before you for debate is to adopt the 4 resolutions as proposed with any necessary spelling or grammatical changes that need to be made, which I would be non-substantive. It's kind of a big word. And then there was a concept starting to flow about having the 4 resolutions voted on separately, which is called division of the question. But that's a whole different motion, and we can't address that motion before we take care of this motion here. Thank you.
Would you like to amend your motion to say, to add non-substantive? Well, I'm not sure that it is. Right. Yes.
I mean, essentially, if they
Well,
want to
we
get
have
to
a
a point
motion
where
on
they
the
want
floor.
to,
And it's
if they
been
want to
seconded.
amend or make other,
So-
make changes to what it is, they'd have to vote this motion down and then motion for a substitute, or in the debate process,
Right.
offer an amendment in the form of a substitute.
And it's been seconded. So any further discussion? Well, discussion on, yeah, on the motion. Well, you could discuss number 3 if you want. Mhm. Yep.
So are you saying, Gary, that you would be in favor of like passing 1, 2, and 4, and to keep and pulling 3 out and discussing 3 specifically?
Right. But we have a motion already to pass all 4. Yep. Yep. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. So the packet passes, the resolutions pass. So we have seating of delegates next. Hopefully everybody has had a chance to talk to Christie or make your wishes known. I believe the membership committee was calling everybody and trying to get the answer to that. So
Okay, I'll read this list of delegates that we have. Just to be clear, that the list of delegates that you received in your packets, we were required, according to the Constitution, to create an initial list that would get handed out, but we were allowed to add to that list up to this point. So I'll read this list. If anybody would like to be added to it, you can be added to it. And then even up until the 15th, people can still be added after we approve this list of delegates. So I'll just read them. Sean Anderson, Paul Burning, Bernadette Betchkal, John Betchkal, Lynn Betzold, Jeremy Bischoff, Jennifer Bischoff, Sarah Bockland, Matt Bockland, Jane Bradford, Robert Bradford, Joel Brazil, Linda Carlson, Mark Carlson, Robert Cizek, TJ Faldy, Nick Faldy, Christy Farnham, Dante Farnham, Robert Fowler, Jesse Garza, Kate Garza, Aaron Gerlach, Matt Gerlach, Mike Grajeda, Hugh Gwynn, Christina Haverman, Michael Homestead, Kelly Johnson, James Carlson, Diane Keel, Jerry Lancet, Duke Lang, Rachel Lang, Vern Larson, Randy Lawson, Sherry Link, Brett Link, Dale Magnuson, Diane Magnuson, Scott Miller, David Munkitrick, Catherine Munkitrick, Jackie Nickum, Annette Olson, Frank Rauschnott, Jim Rule, Matt Rust, Cheryl Rust, Ed Sheely, Amy Sheely, Ryan Sicard, Gwyneth Sly, Robert Stanislaw, Judy Stanislaw, and James Stoffner. Is there anybody who would like to be added? And can you spell your last name? Okay, I will add you. Nathan? Okay. Okay.
With an H, right, Sarah? Yeah. I made that mistake before. Johnson, right?
Anyone else? So we need a motion to approve this list of delegates. Voice vote? Okay.
All right, all in favor, or is there's no discussion on this, right? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries for the slate of delegates. So just so everyone knows, by March 15th, you need to sign up on the website, and there'll be a link on our blog post, and we'll send an email to all these people. We'll contact them, but you do need to sign up on their website, and I believe it's $40 a person by the 15th. So that has to happen. There is no same-day registration. There's none of that.
For the 6.5 hours.
And need to be there, checked in a half hour before it starts. So it starts at 10 o'clock a.m. You need to be checked in by 9:30 in order to participate and vote. So that's not really communicated much. So if you sign up or get registered, it doesn't tell you that. So we're just passing that on as knowledge to everybody, and we'll do that again as we contact people. March 5th. Yeah. I don't have those on hand. It's the March, no, that's the deadline, March 20.
Oh, 25th is the actual thing, in Neelsville.
Oh, right here, yep. So 7th District Caucus, March 25th at 10 a.m. Yeah, I believe this is in your packet. Everyone has this. Yep, so the dates are on there. And then June 17th is the state convention.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you for everybody working through that. As we are wrapping up, yes, just to confirm, because I do want to make sure it's crystal clear, I did this last year.
Well, I apologize that I was not as loud as the
before
speaker.
on this. On our
just cut that down just a little bit so that you can catch me
you can register today.
live on the More Perfect Union, coming to you live from Wilson, Wisconsin.
Individually last year, so make sure you are aware of that. And that 9:30 thing is real. So we did 9 o'clock here, but it's always a half hour before. So, okay, before we move to adjourn the meeting, I want to just finish one thing left, order business. John Kraft, can you come up here quick? Well, you have to come up, yes. You've never been shy before. So I think it's fitting. I just wrote a quick little note to John. He's going to be able to leave with the chairman's coin today. It would almost be not right not to honor John Kraft before we actually close and send him off with a chairman's coin in my term. Obviously, a lot of stuff has happened over the multiple years. However, nothing of what I've done could have ever happened without your efforts and those that are here today. John Kraft obviously was instrumental in most people's St. Croix County experience. I think that we should enshrine John Kraft into the St. Croix County Republican Party because he exerted efforts above and beyond in his style of leadership, the way that he led the party, the way he wanted to move the organization. It ended up being good. and it was tough, but you made it. So I just wrote a note to you. John Kraft, you are a man of integrity, character, and you've blazed the trail in the Kraft way. God has used you for his heavenly kingdom. We may not always know the why, but you have stayed resolute to your path as a vessel for the Almighty. On behalf of myself, I simply want to say thank you for all you've done in service to your family, faith, and community. Thank you very much for all your sacrifices. Want to say something before I say something quick?
Well, thanks for staying. I don't really have a dog in this fight. 2 years ago, when I really reached out to the Patriot Group to start recruiting membership to the party, knowing that it was not going to be taken well among status quo. But I think 2 years later, I look at the result of today, which I think could not actually have gone better. There's a really good mix of people. I think Matt Rust will do a fantastic job. And I hope you join us for church, Matt. So become a member of the Calvary community here, too. So that's it. Time to go home. It's snowing like crazy.
Thank you.
And that actually is a very good point. I'm looking out here, and then the wind is blowing pretty good. It's not a lot of snow on the ground, but I think it's going to be treacherous for that 35-minute drive back to River Falls.
All right, so we will, I have to look at my notes here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move to adjourn the 2023 Republican Party caucus. Okay, first and second. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Wow, that was the last time. Thanks, everybody. For those who are here, you can stay to swear in the people who have recently been elected, Sri-Link, Lynn, Sarah, Matt, and then any of the executive seats that are still here, we can swear you in now. So please come up.
And folks, that's going to conclude our coverage of the St. Croix County Republican Party's biannual caucus. Had a bunch of people elected, delegates to the state convention have been elected, some candidate speeches, and I think we're going to call that good and sign it off from here. So everybody, thanks so much for watching us on this live broadcast of the More Perfect Union, coming to you live from Wilson, Wisconsin. Everybody take care and have a great night.
Stealing food, too? No, I was